Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of International Seminar, Empowering and Promoting of Underutilized Crops through Research Activity, Agroindustry, Community Involvement, and Digital Technology on Wednesday, 27th of October 2021, held by Underutilized Crop Research Center, UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya. Praise upon the God Almighty, because of His blessing and grace, we can join this seminar in healthy and good conditions. It is an honor for me, Dian Islami, to be the master of ceremony for today's international seminar, and it is really nice to see you all today. Firstly, I would like to welcome to our Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, Dr. Insinyur Damme, MS, the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Sujaro, SPMP, the Vice Dean of the Student Affairs, Dr. Hagustarno, SPMP, the Chairperson of UCRC, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kuswanto, MS, the Chairman of the Committee, Dr. Darmawan Saptadi, SPMP, our Honorable Invited Speaker for the first day, Mr. Kilala Tilaar, the CEO of Marta Tilaar, Mrs. Utami Kartika Putri, the Director of Trubus Magazine, Professor Patrick Van Dam from Prague University of Life Sciences, Professor Kuswanto from University of Brawijaya, Prof. Atunggu Jonathan Jeremiah from Federal University of Agriculture, the lecturer staff of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, our beloved students, and all participants of today's international seminar. This seminar will become the valuable sources of innovative ideas, breakthrough, and concepts in developing underutilized crops in the future. And the seminar will focus on learning from the best invited speaker globally to frame promoting underutilized crops to research activity, agroindustry, community involvement, and digital technology. Excellencies, participants, and ladies and gentlemen, there are several agendas that we need to follow in today's seminar. The first one is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya together, and then we will listen to the chairman of UCRC speech, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kuswanto, MP, and then the opening speech by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, Dr. Insinyur Damme, MS, and then we will go to the main sessions, the invited speaker presentations, and there will be 2 sessions in these presentations. And these sessions will be led by our moderators today, Mrs. Rina Rahmawati, SPMP, for the first sessions, and Dr. Hagustarno, SPMP, for the second sessions. And then after that, we will have a break, and we will continue the parallel sessions after the break, and this session will be led by our moderator today, Mrs. Iva Dewi Lestariningsih, SPM Agri Science. And then we go to the closings. Well, to take the advantage of time, let's start our first agenda. Let's singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya together. So I invite all of you to sing the anthem together, and then I will need the help from Mr. Adi to play the video. Thank you for all the participants. And then let's move to the second agenda for today is the speech from the chairperson of UCRC, Professor Dr. Isir Kuswanto, MP. So for Prof. Kuswanto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. Morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Master Dean, Faculty Brawijaya University, thank you very much for your coming, and also thank you very much for all invited speakers to first day. They are Honorable Master Kilala Tilaar from Master Tilaar Group, and Mrs. Utami Kartika Putri from Trubus, and then from Atunggu Jonathan from Federal University of Agriculture, Abil Kota, and Professor Patrick van Damme from Prague University of Life Science. I don't forget to say thank you for inviting the speaker to second day or tomorrow, where Muhammad Fahmi, Yunus PhD from International Islamic University of Malaysia, Professor Xin Xi from College University, Kinzhou University of in China, and then Dr. Praket Somta from Haesaert University, and Dr. Wabi Christian from Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research. And also, I don't forget to say thank you very much for all participants for coming and joining in conference. I hope all of us always healthy and protected by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala from COVID-19. Today, we are joining in international conference on underutilized crop in University of Brawijaya in Indonesia. This conference held by Underutilized Crop Research Center, UCRC, University of Brawijaya. UCRC was established 2012 in Indonesia, while Indonesia consisted of developed utilized food crop. Even though underutilized food crop will support food in future, so research center needs to study and develop underutilized crop in Indonesia. Besides that, underutilized crop for the challenge of farming sustainability. It has high ecological return system and a new horizon of biologically greener future. UCRC UP has many programs like joint research, conference like this, publication, especially joint publication, and all of academic activities for students, lecturer, and research technician. Until now, UCRC had taken research about all kind of underutilized crop in Indonesia. Many crops like Bambara granat, wing bean, moringa, tuber crop, bisalis, Victoria, etc. International conference is one of programs to explore the research about underutilized crop. I hope this conference goes well and produce new information that is useful for all of us. Before closing my speech, I express my gratitude and appreciation to committee, especially Dr. Darmawan Sabtadi, who have worked hard to prepare this event. Happy conference and stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Kuswanto, for the speech. Now let's move on to the next agenda. We are now going to listen to the opening speech by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, Dr. Isir Damanhuri, MS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Damanhuri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us thank God, the Almighty, for the grace and guidance to successfully hold the International Conference on Underutilized Crop ICUC with the theme of empowering and promoting neglected and underutilized crop through research activity, agro-industry, community involvement, and digital technology. This event is part of the Disnatalis Faculty of Agriculture for 61st anniversary. The University of Brawijaya is a leading university that intends to expand the global collaboration in academic, research, and community service to become the world-class university. Faculty of Agriculture committed to COLDES stepped up to many global collaborations, including today international seminars. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya, I would like to welcome you to this seminar, which has received significant attention from the university and underutilized crop world communities to submit papers to be presented in this seminar. I express my highlight gratitude and appreciation to the presenters. This seminar will be the source of innovative idea, concept, and breakthrough in developing underutilized crop in the future. This seminar will focus on learning from the best invited speakers globally to frame promoting underutilized crop through research activity, agro-industry, community involvement, and digital technology. We will listen to the presentation and discussion with Mr. Kilala Tilaar, Mrs. Utami Kartika Putri, Professor Patrick Van Damme, Profesor Kuswanto, Profesor Atungbu Jonathan Jeremiah, Muhammad Fahmi Yunus PhD, Profesor Sinsi, Profesor Yong Wang, Dr. Rawe Christian, and Dr. Rakit Somta. This seminar will not be successfully organized without the support of various parties, especially the sponsors and contributions from the participants. Therefore, I want to express my gratitude. I especially thank the organizing committee for your hard work, perseverance, and patience in preparing and organizing this seminar to go well, smoothly, and successfully. Finally, this seminar let us attend the network and cooperation among all stakeholders of the underutilized crop sector, especially in Indonesia and the world, to improve agriculture. Thanks for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Damanhuri, for the opening speech. We do hope that today's conference will enrich you with a lot of knowledge, new knowledges, especially about the topic mentioned previously. Okay, before stepping up to the main agenda for today, let's pray together first to the successful learning of today's international conference. So I will lead the pray together by saying pray begins. Finish. Thank you all the participants. Now, before we go to the main sessions today, I would like to invite all the participants to turn on the camera because we need to take some documentations. So please turn on the camera. So I need the help from Mr. Adit to capture the screen. So are you ready? Okay. So I will count to 3. Please give us your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you so much for the help, Mr. Adit, and thank you for all the participants. Now step up to the main agenda for today. We will start the conference with the invited speakers presentation sessions. So actually this session will be divided into two, the first session and the second sessions. Like what I mentioned previously, that this session will be led by our moderators for today. And for the first sessions, it will be led by Mrs. Rina Rahmawati SPMP. And then I will give the time and floor to the moderator. Mrs. Rina, time is yours.
Hello, good morning, everybody. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Bio-Industri, the distinguished guests, and all the participants of today's international conference. Let us start the today's sessions with this brief introduction about the meeting. So as we all know, the world depends for its basic diet of carbohydrates, fats, and proteins on a very limited number of crop species. For carbohydrates, for instance, we related on 3 species. Wheat, rice, and maize dominate human consumptions. Any short-term improvement in food security will need to include modifications, either transgenic or through conventional breeding, of these and other staple crops. However, a focus purely on the productivity of current major crops, often selected and developed under high-intensity agriculture, still cannot meet the challenge of food insecurity and potentially makes agriculture even more vulnerable to the future biotic and abiotic stresses. Underutilized, minor, orphan, or neglected crops are labels often applied to plant species that are indigenous rather than non-native or adapted introductions, and which often form a complex part of the culture and diets of the people who grow them. There are estimated 7,000 plants which have at some point in human history used as crop plants. Many of these crops still exist as a minor or niche crop, and if still cultivated at all, are seen as of low status. But the real question is, can underutilized crops be part of the solutions to providing food security? To answer the intriguing questions, we are very honored and privileged that today we will witness all the remarkable work from all the inspiring parties, range from business sectors, researchers, until the perspective point of view from the journalists. And it is my honor to introduce and welcome all the inspiring keynote speakers for this morning session. And the first opportunity, I would like to introduce Mr. Kilala Tilaar. Before I welcome Mr. Kilala, I would like to share with you guys, with you all, the short bio of Mr. Kilala Tilaar. Mr. Kilala Tilaar is the CEO of Kartika Group.
Harmless product series that contains no paraben, no mineral oil. Tilaar Group has become one of the largest cosmetic Hola. thank you for the warm welcome that you are giving us. We are from Mata Tilaar Foundation. That it will bring another color and also another perspective into the organization. The Indonesian delegates proposal for 2021 Spring-Summer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the short video of the profile of Mr. Kilala Tilaar. But before I welcome Mr. Kilala Tilaar, I would like to read his short bio. Mr. Kilala Tilaar. Okay, so Mr. Kilala Tilaar first. Mr. Kilala Tilaar, okay, I'm very sorry. I think I will just read through my slide. Okay, so his full name is Mr. Kilala Tilaar. He was born in Jakarta, September 2nd in 1980. Actually, he's quite young and quite productive. And his home office address is PT Martina Berto in Jakarta. And we got here his phone number and also email address. And Mr. Kilala Tilaar is the CEO of Marta Tilaar Group and has corporate creative and innovative of the Marta Tilaar Group, one of the largest natural beauty companies in Indonesia. Established in 1970, the Marta Tilaar Group has managed a portfolio of 10 prominent beauty brands in the market, along with 68 spas and more than 20,000 retail points nationwide. Educated in Suffolk University and Harvard University in the States. Currently, Mr. Tilaar is in doctoral candidate program, majoring in business and management in Pajajaran University. Mr. Tilaar wants to highlight the richness of Indonesia's biodiversity and marine resources. He focuses the group's research activities in natural, organic, and halal products to bring the nation's local heritage to the global markets. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a warm welcome to Mr. Kilala. Hello, good morning. Mr.
Hello, good
Kilala.
morning. Warmest greetings from Jakarta. Burina, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Mr.?
Good, healthy and strong. Very excited today.
Yeah, I can sense. I can sense that, and always heartwarming to see you around. And I know why. I know exactly that today you're gonna wear the black shirt. That's why I also adjust with your shirt.
Thank
to
you.
wear the same black shirt. That's for you. So, Mr. Kilala, you have 40 minutes ahead to give your presentations, and then after that we will continue with question and answer sessions. With no further ado, Mr. Kilala Tilaar, time is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Warmest regards from Jakarta. My name is Kilala Tilaar, and thank you for UCRC and also University of Brawijaya for inviting me today to share with you all on how we develop our underutilized crops for cosmetics and personal care uses. So at the beginning, Ms. Trina said about food for consumption of food, crops for food. But for the first session, I think I'm going to give you all the our experience on how we utilize plants for cosmetics and also personal care. So within the next 40 minutes, I will try to share everything with you all, the challenges and also the exciting parts of doing research in the cosmetics business here. So the title today, I would like to say hello to Professor Kuswanto and also the Dean of Agriculture of University of Brawijaya, Bapak Dr. Damme, kabar. And then I will continue my my sharing session. Okay, so the title today is Indonesian Natural Richness and its contributions to the beauty industry. My presentation will be divided into 3 sections. Number 1 is, of course, introductions of what is Mata Tilaar Groups and also what is Mata Tilaar Innovation Center. Secondly, we will expose to you our research finding and also utilizations of underutilized crops in cosmetics and also in personal cares. And lastly is the conclusions. So let me begin with the introductions of Mata Tilaar Groups. For those people or participants who already participate in my previous so many lecture in UB, yeah. So probably you already know by heart about our history, but let me explain again that our group is started in 1970 by Ibu Dr. Marta Tilaar, and she started her business. It's very strong, small business in a 4x6 rented garage in Menteng area in Jakarta with 1 employee. And now the company has been in the market for 51 years, and it become one of the largest cosmetic company in the regions, especially in ASEAN. Yeah, we are empowered by 4,000 employees, in which 80% of them are women. We sell a lot of products of cosmetics and also personal care, from the very affordable until the luxury brands of Indonesia. A glance about market. So if you talk about opportunity of agriculture, of course, you have to talk about the market, a glance about the market situations of personal care and cosmetics in utilizing plant-based or plant derivative ingredients. So, as you know, Indonesia is the 4th largest market in the world, or the 4th largest population country in the world, and it has 270 million people. Most of them, 60% of them, are middle income. So Indonesia itself is the biggest, one of the biggest Muslim market in the world, #1 Muslim market actually in the world. Yeah, and it's have a very good purchasing power. A glance about the trend in Indonesia, in the world. Yeah, in the world, the customer wants the products of cosmetic and personal care to be natural derivative or natural derived ingredients. As you can see in the UK, customer looks for natural ingredients. In Australia, the customer also want to have a natural product for their cosmetic and personal care. And also in Italy, in China, and Germany. How about in Indonesia? Indonesia also, in terms of organic, natural organic, Indonesia is #2 based on the research done by Euromonitor for DSM. Indonesia's consumers is really interested in natural and organic products for cosmetic and personal care. Plus, Indonesia also #1 in terms of environmentally friendly products. They like to buy the product that is not only natural, but also product that also have the positive impact on the environment. Yeah, so it's a good news. So the challenges for doing business for natural cosmetics and personal care in Indonesia. #1 is 75% of our products, raw materials, came from imported product. Although the main source, most of the ingredients, plant derivative ingredients, came from Indonesia, but they are processed in Germany, processed in Japan, processed in Taiwan, and come back again for raw materials for Indonesia to produce the cosmetics. Yeah, 75% of the raw materials imported. Yeah, for the herbal and also medicine is even worse. 95% of all the ingredients for herbal and also for medicines are from imported products. So that's a challenge for us, for the industry, for the government, for the university, for the researchers to answer the questions. Yeah, why Indonesia is such a rich country, but why Indonesia still imported, majority of the raw materials for medicines, personal care, and many more in the industry from imported products. Yeah, so that's why Mata Tilaar Group not only selling the product, the finished product, but we also have our own idealism. We want to focus our research and R&D not only creating a finished product, but also we want to really dig deeper into what the Indonesian have to offer. We focus only 2 of the potential of this country has to offer. Number one is Indonesia natural richness or resources. Yeah, a lot of people said that Brazil is number one in terms of biodiversity. Brazil is the the richest country in terms of biodiversity. But actually, if you can see, if we can combine, the Indonesian's land biodiversity and also the sea biodiversity, I think Indonesia is number one in terms of richness, in terms of raw materials, and also biodiversity. Yeah. So, and then the number two potential that we concentrate is the culture potential. So not only Indonesia is rich on the bioresources, but also Indonesia is rich in terms of culture, because Indonesia itself it's not a single or monoculture. Indonesia is a melting pot of a lot of cultures combined to form a hybrid culture called the Indonesian culture. So a lot of indigenous knowledge still untapped. Yeah, a lot of healers, local healers in Indonesia, still not untapped. Yeah. So, for example, what I mean is we have 300 cultures in Indonesia. Every culture have its own approach of medicinal and also beauty recipes. Yeah. But it's not well, well researched. That's why not many Indonesian products or medicines came from our culture. Yeah. But we also imported from other countries. Yeah. So this is my hypothesis. If we can say that biomarine potential of Indonesia multiplied by multicultural potentials of Indonesia have 2 million health and beauty recipes for us, researcher, government, and also company to do further research and have to be proven by science. Yeah. So this is our job for, especially in university, to dig more about our indigenous knowledge and to do research to prove it scientifically. Yeah. So we established what we call it Marta Tilaar Innovation Center. It was established in 1999. Now we consist of 57 pharmacists, chemists, and skin experts. And we have still a professional chair in ethnobotany, a faculty in Leiden University for ethnobotany and medical anthropology, now for almost 10 years. And we do active research with 26 universities. Our main job in Marta Tilaar Innovation Center, we try to do innovation that is uniquely Indonesia. We try to combine the global trends. We infuse it with local culture and taste, indigenous knowledge. We empower it with local biodiversity with natural resources to create what we call it an innovation that uniquely Indonesian. In the process, we believe in the green science. So everything has to be proven by scientific methodologies and also research. This is an example from 1999 up until now. We did a lot of explorations in the depth, the jungle of Sumatra and also in Kalimantan and also in other regions. And we acknowledge a lot of plants that have medicine and also aromatics and beauty purposes. So these plants, we gathered the story from local, yeah, in the jungle, for example, in the rural area, and then we bring them to Indonesia, to Jakarta, and then we do a lot of research in phytochemistry and to see what kind of phytochemistry is in the plant. Yeah. We produce also, like university, we produce a lot of publications. We produce around 200 publications, journals in international conference regarding the plants that have benefit of medicine and also for beauty purposes. From that publication, we patented a lot of ingredients, around 39 actually, globally and also regionally. In the process, also, we believe in clean beauty, meaning we try to eliminate all the negative, chemicals that is in the formulation and also in the process of ingredients. And of course, all the process should be halal, and it is halal. And we are proudly to say that we are now holding a grade 3 times grade A halal certification by MOE. And also, if you call clean, we also meaning that it has to be honest. That's why we do a lot of research in safety and efficacy on the raw materials and the finished products in vivo, in vitro, and ex vivo. Yeah. So everything has to be proven. Yeah. So if you say this lotion can brighten your skin in 3 weeks, it should be proven by science, by clinical studies. And lastly, we believe in sustainability and traceability. That's why we have Kampung Jamu Organic, established in 1995, consists of 650 Indonesia's rare biodiversity for conservation, education, and research. A lot of researchers from the Netherlands, Germany, and France come to this area to see a very rare species of plants that is successfully planted in our Kampung Jamu for research. In order to be successful in terms of cosmetic is standardization. That's why we also apply a very tight green supply chains. We train the farmers for free. We have a network of 400 networks, meaning 1,600 networks of farmers. We train them, how to do the planting and also how to do post harvesting. Yeah, we do it fair trade business, no middleman, and we always transparent in the pricings, 25% above the normal price, and we're working directly with farmers. This is our networks. We train them on site in Kampung Jamu, and also we go to their farming villages to do a lot of research, to do a lot of trainings in terms of post harvesting and also logistics. We are EcoCert certified, so meaning everything is audited, and also EcoVadis. This is very important for export to Europe and also America because it's what do you call it? It's audited how we implement the green supply chains. It measures how many carbon that we produce, and it measures the welfare of the farmers and also etc. Yeah. So everything, I'm not saying this, just saying it, but it's proven, it's have a certifications and it's audited. Yeah. Now, this is the second part. This is our research. This is I want to share that underutilized crops have many benefits for cosmetic and personal care. Number one example is the Indonesian exotic Ilipe butter. A lot of cosmetic companies use shea butter. Shea butter is from Madagascar or in the African area, but Indonesia have Ilipe butter, and it's very potent, yeah, in terms of moisturizing. Let me show you later, yeah. So this is Ilipe butter is endemic to Borneo, and it's used by the usage is for foods and for cosmetics, and the texture is similar with cocoa butter, but the moisturizing benefit is more than the shea butter. Why we have proven this? Yeah, that it says this is in vivo. Yeah, we do an in vivo clinical studies. It says here that the Ilipe butter versus the shea butter. Look at this. First applied, yeah, the impact is better, yeah, but it's longer. See, rather than the shea butter. The shea butter is more slower to respond, but also diminishing very fast, incomparable to the Ilipe butter. So this is very nice. Yeah. This is the area that we are collaborating with our farmers. This is the dry of the butter, drying area. And this is the community that we are supporting. A lot of them are women, you can see. And we've been using it for the lip cream and also for the eyeshadow for antioxidant and also for creamy textures and also for moisturizing. Next is candlenut oil. This is already, a lot of people use this, but it's very unique. Yeah, candlenut oil from Nusa Tenggara Island, specific. Yeah, and it's we know that it's for hair loss. Yeah, to reduce the hair loss. It's very good. Yeah, if you can see, this is in vitro. Yeah, in vitro, it shows that the candlenut oil inhibiting the activity of hair loss causing enzyme. And the more times concentration is the effect is more potent. Okay. Next, this is Tanjung or Mimisop elengi or Spanish cherry. Yeah, you can find these plants anywhere in your garden or on the street, but never we look at them as a medicinal benefit or cosmetics. Yeah, that's why it's very interesting for me to share these findings. Yeah? Spanish cherry is antioxidant for whitening and antibacterials, and our research shows this is a kojic acid. Yeah? Incomparable to kojic acid is widely ingredients for lightening activities. So if you can see the activities in vitro, you can see the Tanjung fruits. It's almost the same effect with the kojic acids, the potency. In terms of antioxidant, the leaf actually is better or the same, better than the fruit, but the same with the ascorbic acids in terms of antioxidant. And we've been using this for a long time for body cologne and body lotion and also scrub. This one is Langsium domesticum. We've been using this a lot in our lightening products. This is from Kalimantan. It has flavonoid, phenolic, polyphenolic, and it's very good for moisturizing and lightening. This is in vivo. This is in vivo data. Shows that the moisturizing, the impact is almost immediately within 2 hours. The impact is very good in comparison with the base, just lotion without any actives. If you put extract, and it's very immediate effect in 2 hours, and in 2 hours, and it's long-lasting effect in 2 weeks and 4 weeks. But also have its lightening effects maximum in 4 weeks. So you need to wait until 4 weeks to have a very light complexions of the skin. Yeah. This is the product that we've been using, and it's a bestseller for Sari Ayu. Yeah. Java cherry or Kersen. This is very what do you call it? Endemic plants in Indonesia, and it's a very good because it's antioxidant and can stimulate, the formation of collagen. Yeah. Now, if you can see the antioxidant activities for the Java cherry, the leaf is better than the fruits. So the leaf is actually, people always think about fruits, about flowers, and it takes a long time for us to wait the crops to have flowers and fruit. But actually, the leaf itself have very potent antioxidant activities. That's the message I want to convey. Yeah. So not only looking at the fruits or flowers, but also the leaf also can have a potent effects. Yeah. So we've been using this in our lipsticks and also in our eyeshadow for antioxidant and vitamin C. Flamboyant flowers, flamboyant for antioxidant. See, a lot of antioxidant in cosmetic because antioxidant in cosmetic can produce either lightening, anti-aging, So everything comes from antioxidant. That's why a lot of research in antioxidant and moisturizing. Yeah, it have luteol and also bestosysterol. See, if you can see, this is in vitro in comparison with ascorbic acid. Yeah, flamboyant is comparable. Flamboyant extract leaf is comparable. Whereas the flower, almost comparable, but the leaf is more stronger than the flower. And be using this for a lot of cosmetics. Yeah. And then next is gardenia or kaca piring. Yeah, kaca piring is endemic also in Indonesia. If you can see, this is a comparison, the data in terms of moisturizing. So this one is a well-known moisturizing agent comparison with the gardenia leaves, and gardenia flowers. So a lot significantly better than well-known moisturizing agent. This one is my favorite. This is lemon basil. This is my favorite because it's anti-irritant. Yeah, anti-irritant. This is a comparison. Yeah. So there's the subject. We do it in headcam methodology. Headcam methodology for research, and we put the irritant agents on the subject, and both well-known anti-aging anti-irritant, which is chamomile, known for anti-irritant, compare with kemangi is the same. So we reformulate our products, everything, replace chamomile, which is chamomile is not indigenous Indonesian. We replace it with kemangi. Every product to produce anti-irritant. See, we put in every product that we have, it's Osinum basilicum, or lemon basil. Lastly is waste utilization. Usually this coffee cherry is been thrown away after they get the beans, then the shell is thrown away, and we found that actually the shell or the coffee cherry have a very potent antioxidant, and it's been widely used now for for scrubbing. This is natural colorants that we do a research for foods and also for personal care, but for cosmetic it's very hard because the stability issues of natural colorants. We use butterfly pea for colors, and sapanwood for what do you call it? Reddish color. And because of that, now we started to sell not only finished product, but we also selling raw ingredients in 200 countries in collaboration with one of the biggest chemical companies in the world, Clarion, based in Switzerland. So we'll be selling all this in 200 countries for cosmetic ingredients. This is the video.
Indonesia is blessed with abundant natural resources, so pure, so precious. And we explore the richness of our natural resources and develop them into valuable products for the world. And that is only the first step. We keep systematically searching the biochemistry and bioresources found across the Indonesian archipelago for the creation of commercially valuable extracts. Developing these into standardized plant extracts that are safe and efficaciously proven for application in cosmetics. Based on the national geographical identity, we can guarantee traceability of all resources. select sustainable and environmentally friendly bioresources that are cultivated by multiple cropping and organic principles. This process runs smoothly by collaborating intensively with farmers. We provide them with training programs for good organic farming practices and for post-harvest treatment processing to ensure the best quality.
Ya, saya petani kumis kucing, sudah lama sebetulnya di kumis kucing hampir 15 tahun. Dulu produksi kumis kucing saya rendah dan harga pun juga rendah. Sejak ada pembinaan dari Marta Tilaar, produksi kumis kucing saya meningkat dan harga pun juga tinggi. Selain kumis kucing kami kirim ke Marta Tilaar, juga kumis kucing kami kepake buat ke luar negeri.
Abdi petani kumis kucing, sepeninggalan suami Abdi, alhamdulillah saat tos dibina ku Marta Tilaar, penghasilan Abdi lebih sae, hutang Abdi lunas, Abdi tiasa nyakalakeun urang kali dugi ka Universitas UNJ.
Besides technical training, we also conduct community development programs, specifically women empowerment programs. Through a scholarship program, girls from marginal families are trained as professional spa therapists. With the security of employment, they enjoy a better welfare and the pride of being part of the team of a big enterprise whose professionalism is recognized globally. And we continue to step up. To develop superior quality products, we meet the global international standards of ISO 9001-2015 and ISO 14001-2015. We comply with the domestic good manufacturing practices and adhere to the halal standard as quality assurance for halal health and beauty care. And this is our biggest step, the presence of Plantasense Berto, an exotic and unique product created from the best natural ingredients found in Indonesia's biodiversity. Together with Clariant, a world-leading company that focuses on the creation of value through innovative and sustainable solutions for customers from many industries. We aim to contribute to Clariant's portfolio for the professional beauty and personal care products in local communities and the global market. Plantasense Berto, naturally brought to you by Clariant and Martina Berto.
So that is the video of from the research and collaborations, and now we are exporting the raw materials for other companies, cosmetics around the world in 200 countries. So why we do that? Because we want to have the scale. If it's only one Marta Tilaar company that use one product, it's not enough to provide a better welfare for the farmers. Because our idealism, our founders' idealism is to make also Indonesia's farmers rich, yeah, to make them have a better welfare. So what we try to do is to gain the scale, production scale or economic scale, so that not only impacted the company and also impacted the community, which is the farming community. Okay, that is. Previously on the ladder, I explained to you on the raw material side. But how about the applications on natural cosmetics formulations? This is a product that we created in about 4 years ago, and it's inspired by grapes winery in Bali in Singaraja. You can see we investigate that the seed of the grape seed in Singaraja have contained the OPCs, and it's 20 times greater than vitamin E and 50 times greater than vitamin C. This is very important for restoration of collagen. Yeah, and we try to do it uniquely. It's the first Haesaert organic certified, and also halal certified. In the Europe, you can see a lot of organic certified, but non-halal certified. But in Indonesia, you can find a lot of halal certified, but not organic certified. So this is, we try to combine, the two certification to create a good products based on underutilized crops. Yeah. This is in FIFO. In FIFO data, we tested clinically in 4 weeks. It says that very good in lightening, moisturizer, and also reduce the fine lines. Secondly, this is another example. We investigate the pomegranate of Pematang Siantar in North Sumatra. It says that it has rich anthocyanin, and it's a good source of zinc, iron, etc. And we try to combine it with the Nusa Tenggara's sea lettuce, what do you call it, a seaweed, a certain type of seaweeds, to create something in terms of clinically, it's very good, yeah, most in terms of moisturizers and also to reduce fine lines. So this kind of innovation that we do in our Marta Tilaar Innovation Center. Yeah. So as a conclusion, in order for us to be different in the market, we need to find some unique innovation, yeah, that is stand out in the market. For us, innovation that is inspired and sourced in Indonesia. So we try to produce innovation that is uniquely Indonesia. And then for a country to develop their farming potentials in terms of cosmetics and personal care, they need to really active and to explore the Indonesian biodiversity, look for unique ingredients that can very interesting for the customers or the world to use. Yeah. And then implement international standard to guarantee the quality and quality and also global acceptance for example, our organic certification and also EcoVadis certification is just to guarantee that every process is according to international standard. And then we try to apply a very strict green supply chain for our success. Because in Europe, in European market, if you're not implying, the green supply chain, they won't accept your products. So, and also it's good for the environment. Yeah, we need to really take care the environment. If you take something from the environment, then you need to give it back to the environment. And then empowerment and also is very good for business to create a sense of purpose for greater goods. Yeah. And lastly, in order to speed up the innovations and road to market, we need to connect, collaborate to compete. Yeah, we need to connect between academicians, business, government, and community and media in order to speed up our innovation products to be accepted to the market. Thank you so much for listening. I hope that can inspire everybody to do a lot of activities to bring Indonesia's wealth of resources to the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilala. As always, your presentation is motivating and heartwarming in the same time. I note several important points here, Mr. Kilala, and what I note most is the last part of your presentation is that we have to connect and collaborate in order to be able to compete. And yes, I think that's our vibrations in today's international seminars, to have future collaborations within each parties to have a remarkable works in the future. And Mr. Kilala, shall we entertain the participants now with questions and answer session?
I'll be happy to answer the questions.
Okay. Okay. So for the participants, you can both raise your questions directly to Mr. Tilaar, or you can write down your questions in the chat room mentioning your name and your affiliation. While waiting for the questions from the participants, I would like actually to discuss more with you, Mr. Tilaar. I note your remarkable works in the field of natural resources from Indonesia. You have a lot of data already, right? From your research center, from the elephant nut, candle nut, Tanjung, and etc., etc.
That's
those
only a fraction.
Actually familiar plants in Indonesia that probably before now we haven't noticed that they have a lot of potentials to be explored as the pharmaceutical things. What I impressed from your presentation is that I think that's a huge investment that you made for conducting the research in those kind of fields. Maybe you can tell us or share us more about that, Mr. Kilala.
Sorry, can you repeat the questions?
Can you share more about the infestations or the
investment?
The investment for conducting the research in those kind of natural research, natural resource?
So there is everything should have a reason behind it, right? So
yeah, I agree.
In terms of unprofessional reasons, my mom is one of the pioneer. Ibu Marta Tilaar, Dr. Marta Tilaar is one of the pioneer of Indonesian cosmetic brands in 1970. At that time, the mentality of the consumer is like, oh, Indonesian products, kampungan, or not in their level. They like to have the Helena Rubinstein, or they like to have their own Avon, gitu ya. So my mom have this like ambitions that my cosmetic is scientifically proven, because she was an American graduate. She was American graduate in 1960s. There's an ambition that I have to produce a cosmetic natural cosmetic that is scientifically proven. So that's why at the beginning of the business, when the business tried to pick up, she tried to connect or collaborate with her friend at that time is the owner of Kalbe Pharma. The Kalbe Pharma Group is the biggest pharmaceutical company in ASEAN also. Yeah? That's why for 25 years, Kalbe Pharma and Marta Tilaar family has been collaborating together. Because what? Because our founder really want to learn about the scientific pharmaceutical way. So 25 years together with Kalbe Pharma, developing the brands and also the research. So and then it's true, yeah. Scientific evidence is very important for cosmetic, because the trust of consumers is number one in terms of business. If you lose the trust of consumers, then no one will buy you anymore. Then bye-bye the business. So the scientific data really help us to gain respect and also trust of the consumers. So that's why 5% from the gross income of the company is dedicated for research and development. It's a lot. 5%.
5%. 5%. That's a lot. Yeah, I agree with you. This is a remarkable number, and it shows us how serious you take this into account. And okay, shall we now welcome the questions from the participants? There is a question from the chat room, but I am sorry I couldn't see the questions. Okay, there is also the participant. Okay, so before I read the questions from Mr. Agung, there is also the greeting from Timor-Leste from Mr. Gilrangel. Hello, greetings from Timor-Leste to everyone, and great presentation by Mr. Kilala. Thank you, Mr. Gilrangel. I hope you are still here. And there is the question from, I think it's Mr. right?
Yes.
Mr. Agung Sri Dharmayanti. Are you here? Oh, Mr. Gilrangel is here. Do you want to say something to Mr. Kilala Tilaar?
Okay.
Before I read the question.
Mr. Kilala, when I was studying in Indonesia, I hear about this Marta Tilaar. That's I really appreciate what you did so far, and then we are as a new country willing to learn more, and especially in the underutilized crops that you have presented. We also have those crops in our country. Thank you. This is a very informative and impressive one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geert.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Geert, for your compliment. And I would like now to move to the question from the chat room from Mr. Agung Sidamayanti. What is the research collaboration scheme that can be carried out by Marta Tilaar with other agencies? For example, we from the botanical garden know some of the potential of some endemic plants, but do not have the channels and professionalism to carry out further testing. What can we do?
Okay, so
Please,
collaboration
Mr.
with
Tilaar.
anybody is the key for success. That's my last. That was my last conclusions, right? So yes, indeed, we do a lot of collaboration with universities, LIPI, and also what do you call it, BPPT. Now it's BRIN, yeah. So and of course the botanical garden. Yeah? For example, we develop a very rare collagine. Collagine is a orchid from the depth of Borneo, yeah? And it's been named Collagine Martai S.A. Sierra because we also participate in expeditions of finding this very particular orchid in the border of Kuching, yeah, in Kuching, Malaysia. So the flowers named Collagine Martai is Marta Tilaar. So it's the orchid of Marta, yeah, Martai. So we do love collaboration. Of course, we do a lot of collaboration with BP. Botanical Garden is from a government site or from?
So I think so. Mr. Agung, do you want to have a direct communication with Mr. Kilala?
Government site is under BRIN.
From Purwodadi Botanic Garden.
From
Purwodadi Botanic Garden is before LIPI, now is BRIN.
Yeah, now BRIN. Yeah, so we have already collaboration with the BRIN in terms of very rare specific what do you call it, orchids, and also we collaborate with BPPT for domestications of that particular orchid. And now what we do after we domesticate the plants, the wild plants, we bring all the materials from the roots, the stem, and also the flowers and the leaf to our lab, and we do a lot of testing on the phytochemistry of the plants. And then after that, if we know there is, for example, antioxidant activities, lightening, or for sun protection, for example, then we try to formulate the raw ingredients based on these plants. We formulate, and then we tested the safety and efficacy to make the finished product. So what we can do, of course, probably, botanical garden already have the indigenous knowledge about a certain plants, right? Indigenous knowledge itu apa ya, kearifan budaya lah ya gitu.
Kearifan lokal ya.
For example, this plant is for whitening, or this plant is for I don't know, healing something, yeah. Please tell us. We do a lot of collaboration like that, and then we try to investigate what kind of phytochemistry in that plant that we can use for either aromatic, medicine, herbal, and also for cosmetics.
Thank you, Mr. Kilala. So, Mrs. Damayanti, I think it's a really good opportunity and momentum for both of you to conduct collaboration. And Mrs. Damayanti, are you still here? Can I ask questions to you? You mentioned that you have information regarding the endemic plants and their potential. Probably you want to share more what kind of endemic plants that that you have the information in your center.
We have a lot of fruit, local fruit of Indonesia. Yeah,
fruit.
Yes.
Okay, local fruit of Indonesia. Can you name some?
Rukam, Kawisto, Bisbul, and etc.
Okay, and you do have the information that they have potential to be developed as probably pharmaceutical resources?
Yes, we have a lot of information of this fruit, and we can. I will question where we can contact you for cooperation offer.
Okay, I will give emails address.
Yes.
And correspond through emails. Very excited to work with you on very exotic, probably exotic fruits,
Yes.
Can't wait to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
interesting
Thank you.
presentation.
And good luck for the collaborations, Mr. Damayanti.
Thank you.
See, this is one of the thing that we hope through this kind of forum to be able to connect each party to collaborate. And Mr. Kilala, shall we go to another question? Actually, we do have questions from Miss Azeri, but through my direct message. And her question is, does Mata Tilaar also use natural color from Indonesian local plants for vivid colors in eyeshadow? And here we go. This is Mrs. Azeri, and probably you want to ask the questions directly to Mr. Tilaar. Time is yours.
Yes. In eyeshadow, there is a lot of colors, vivid colors like navy blue or very bright red or silver or maybe gold. Just Mata Tilaar also use the natural color from Indonesian local plants.
Very difficult questions. Yes, we try to do a lot of research in terms of natural colors because natural colors is more safer than the the chemical compound, but it's still in the infancy states. It means that it can hold for personal care like shampoo, moisturizers, but it's still unstable for color cosmetic like eyeshadows and also for lip cream and for lipstick because natural color is not that bright, and the issue not because not that bright, but the issue is on the stability. The stability of natural color is still is very unstable. But for food colorant is okay. Yeah, for example, the kembang telang we exported to America for chips. Yeah, chips colorant. Jadi for purple colorant for chips. That's okay because you don't need that consistency of colors. We also produce for people for body lotion using the kembang telang. Yeah. And lastly, we try last 2 years ago, we try with the collection Lombok collection for Sari Ayu. We try to combine the secang and the chemical color. So it's okay, but for natural color to stand alone is still a lot of work to be done because of stability issues.
So it's been a constant challenge, right? To use the natural resources as the coloring.
Actually, using a lot of, for those who are pharmacists or chemistry major, using a lot of natural ingredients is very difficult. Yeah,
I can sense that. Yeah.
Compared with the chemical chemical synthesis, chemical synthesis is easy, standard, right?
Yes, because you just have to develop it in a synthetic way, and it's easier.
That's why there's a question from Handaru. Is it possible? Yes, of course. Then, but you need to understand. But to produce a formulation using natural ingredient is not as easy as it use it what do you call it, the synthetic one. Yeah? So you need to really have a passion to do the formulation.
Yeah, I think it needs some certain locking agents to be able for those natural resources to be persistent and have a strong consistency. And from Mrs. Azeri, do you have any feedback to Mr. Tilaar?
I want to ask another question.
Okay, you do have another question. So I will just entertain you with the questions as long as Mr. Kilala is still willing to answer that. Okay.
Yes.
You can raise more questions, Ms. Azeri. Are you still here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the connection is not good. How about the organic lines?
Yes.
The
Organic lines.
organic lines of Marta Tilaar. Is
Uh-huh.
there the shelf life of that product is shorter than other products because it's organic?
Yes, it is, but not much. Not much. What we call the organic products, meaning that all the ingredients have to be certified either Cosmos by the European Union or AgroIndustry in France. So once you are formulating, you get the formulations of ingredients that you want to choose, then automatically you can get the organic certification, but it's very hard. Triple hard for us, more harder for us, because we want to use Indonesian's ingredients, meaning that all the ingredients that we propose have to be audited from the farmer's side, from the transportations of the raw materials to our factory, the process of the raw materials, the formulations, and also the final mixing and packaging. So it requires us around 2.5 years to get that supply chain ready for organic certified Indonesian way. And everything is certified by the AgroIndustry and or EcoVadis, but AgroIndustry or Cosmos. Very difficult because Mata Tilaar Group have this idealism that everything should be from Indonesia, mostly. And we this is our heart. Yeah, all our formulators, our researchers, very proud of Indonesia. Yeah? That's why we don't want to buy from France. It's easy to buy, but very expensive. Yeah. But we want to do it Indonesian way.
That's make us proud as a nation, huh? Like that. So for Ms. Azeri, do you have any feedback on the answers of Mr. Kilala Tilaar? Or I can go further to the next questions. Thank you, Ms. Azeri, for your questions. So, Mr. Kilala, we still have several questions here in the chat room from Ms. Nuril from BRIN also. Ms. Nuril, I hope you're still here. Pak Kilala Tilaar, thank you for the comprehensive presentations. I would like to ask you how to establish a research collaboration. I think this is a similar question. With Marta Tilaar, as we know, BRIN has been doing a lot of wild biodiversity exploration, and that we the provisions previous question, all right, from Ms. Damme. But I hope you still want to answer this question, Mr. Kilala.
Okay, from BRIN, Bu Nuril, we have collaboration with BRIN Biology, Biology department with Mr. Agung, Mr. Agung. Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of collaboration closely with them. So I don't know, Ms. Nuril, which BRIN are you? But in terms of
botany
because it's very confusing now. BRIN, everything is BRIN, so it's very confusing in. Sorry, but
I hear from Ms. Nuril that is from Botanical Garden, I suppose. Mr. Nuril, are you still here?
From Research Center for Biology.
In Jakarta, Bu?
In Cibinong, Pak.
Oh, Cibinong.
Cibinong.
Yes.
Cibinong, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I will give you my email, and we can discuss it further, Bu.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Kilala. I hope it's successful. Okay, I sense that a lot of questions actually coming to Mr. Kilala, and you already read these questions, Mr. Kilala, about this is, I think, from our students. Thank you for your next presentation, Mr. Kilala. It is interesting that Tilaar is one of the biggest company in Indonesia that leading in innovations and actively export use biodiversity in Indonesia for products. For us as students from agriculture, is it possible for us to conduct internship or collaborate to conduct collaboration research in Tilaar? Hello, Handaru Asta. I think you are seeking an internship place, right?
Of course, we accept a lot of internships.
Okay,
You are welcome.
great.
We have so many field for you to learn, either from plant extract, formulation, or in clinical studies. You can participate in our activities. Yeah, we are very open in terms of methodologies because we want to really give the students a very detailed insight on the real world situations.
Thank you for the opportunity, Kilala. I think as the institution from the Faculty of Agriculture will approach you more regarding this internship program.
Thank you.
And yeah, and we have questions from Miss Tri Budianti. What do you think about potential diversity of Indonesian avocado for cosmetics? Are you interested in joining the research about avocado?
Of course.
What do you think?
Any research, we are very keen to participate and collaborate. But in terms of avocado, we did a research avocado in Nusa Tenggara, the giant avocado. And we've been using that avocado for moisturizer, in our lip cream in Lombok collections, Nusa Tenggara collections. Yeah.
So you've been exploring all over Indonesia, I guess.
We always want to learn and always want to see the opportunity of collaboration with many people.
That's nice. Thank you. And now I can see here there is a participant raising hand, Mr. Fuad Nur Aziz. Hello, Mr. Fuad. Do you want to ask directly the questions to Mr. Kilala?
Thank you for your opportunity, Ms. Rina Rahmawati. Thank you for Mr. Kilala. Your presentation is very interesting. I have Indonesia. We know we have a mega biodiversity, and your company make our mega biodiversity make beautiful, including my wife. Okay, this our concern that our mega biodiversity in Indonesia is have lost erosion, genetical erosion. This because some company like mining or palm oil. I think that's good company, but we have lost biodiversity, and your company is one of small number in Indonesian company that concern in using our biodiversity for the product. How about your company concern about this lost biodiversity because some exploitation in our country? Is your have some CSR for this concern? Maybe this is my question, and this is our big problem in Indonesia. If we lost our biodiversity, I think your company is more difficult to find a new product. Thank you.
Okay, there's two parts. Number one is saving. Number two, rehabilitations. Number one, saving. Saving meaning that we actively, and when we do expeditions in rural areas across Indonesia, we try to find rare species, and then we bring also the species, to our land in Cikarang, and we try to develop that. And also we have that species. We collaborate with BRIN in order for what we call in vitro seeding. And then if it's that the plant is have a potential and we want to develop, we collaborate with those mining and also pulp companies. Yeah, we have to rangkul we join hands everybody lah.
Collaborate with everybody.
Especially those who are accused as destroying the environment. For example, we collaborate with one of the paper company, the biggest paper company, for example. So we introduced the tumpang sari methods for them, so that not only what do you call it, monoculture planting, but also they are responsible to plant endemic that is almost disappeared in that areas of their plantations. Things like that, we need to collaborate also with them, because they have so big land, and a lot of pressure from the international world that the pulp company, the mining company have to be positively impacted the environment, and they are very closely monitored by the government and also by the international bodies. Yeah, that's why it's very easy for them, and they have money too, so they can help us to do forest deforestation and etc. So that's what we do. I know that our company is very small in comparison to those big giants, pulp, papers, and also mining companies, but we want to really collaborate with them to really take care of the environment. So in that way, we can be an agent for change in our society. Mungkin itu, Pak.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Fuad, do you have any feedback on the answers?
Okay, thank you. I hope your company is continuous this principle. We will use your product, including Mayweather and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Fuad.
Thank you, Mr. Fuad. So I still see several participants who like to raise the questions, but we are very sorry due to the limitations of the time, we cannot entertain more questions. But can we accept one last question, Mr. Kilala?
Okay.
From Mr. Heri Toiba. He's actually the head of Department of Social Economics in our faculty. Mr. Heri Toiba, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Rina. Good morning, Pak Kilala. I think we met Pak Kilala in Ministry of Education and Culture National probably 2 years ago.
Now the ministry is gone.
Yeah. Pak Kilala, I just wonder whether Marta Tilaar is possible for us to collaborate in terms of research, also in internship for our students, because we have many students in agribusiness department. The second, probably, if Marta Tilaar have what you call like interest in consumer research, we can conduct research collaborate with Marta Tilaar in terms of underutilized crop, especially related to consumer issue. We are very welcome to collaborate with Marta Tilaar. I think Mbak Rina have collaborated a long time with Marta Tilaar. If you have some issues related to consumer issues, we are very happy to help to collaborate with Marta Tilaar, with our staff, with our students, to conduct research related to consumer behavior on underutilized crop.
Yes, Pak. Internships are welcome. Research together are almost welcome. Semua welcome. So there is Bapak Ibu. There is my email, my assistant email in the chat room. So if you have any queries about internships, or you have any questions, you have collaboration ideas, please do an email to my assistant, Mr. Obi, and he will directly will give me your queries to me.
Thank you very much, Pak Kilala. And Mbak Rina, probably Mbak Rina become a personal chart to connect with the Pak Kilala.
Thank you.
Hopefully we've been friends for how long? It's like 2 years now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heri Toiba, for your more like requests, not questions, to Mr. Kilala Tilaar. And I think that request represent the hope or the willingness from our faculty, and also on behalf of this crop research center, underutilized crop research center. Probably in the future we can develop more research collaborations. And Mr. Kilala Tilaar, it's been a really grateful morning. I think I have a good feeling that your session is a good opening session for this international conference. You give us a lot of inspirations and motivations. I think we can be prouder as an Indonesian nation now that we know there is the company who has a good spirit to develop Indonesians and utilize Indonesian resources. And Mr. Kilala Tilaar, to close your sessions, on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, we would like to give the thank you gift or the certifications. Can you show the certificate for Mr. Kilala Tilaar? Okay. This is just a little thank you note from us to Mr. Kilala Tilaar for your keen willingness to share your knowledge and inspirations to all of us, and in the hope that our collaborations will be more fruitful in the futures. And we are hoping the best success for Kilala Tilaar and Marta Tilaar. And for all the participants, please give the warmest applause for Mr. Kilala Tilaar.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. See you in the future, Mr. Kilala Tilaar.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, all distinguished guests and all the participants of international conference on underutilized crops. Now let's welcome the next second speaker of the first sessions. She's the director of the Trubus. And before I welcome Mrs. Utami Kartika Putri, are you already here, Mrs. Utami?
Yeah, I already here.
Okay. Good morning, Mrs. Utami. I would like to introduce you first to all of the participants. Could you show the short bio of the Miss Utami?
Okay.
So I would introduce you first, Mrs. Utami, to the participants.
Yes.
Ms. Utami Kartika Putri is the director of Trubus Swadaya, actually, and she was born in Yogyakarta in May 1st in 1969, and the current position is the Trubus Knowledge Management Program Director, which manages 5 PT, PT Trubus Swadaya, PT Trubus Cipta Swadaya, PT Penebar Swadaya, PT Puspaswara, and PT Niaga Swadaya. And we have here her contact number and also her email address. And she was graduated from her bachelor degree is granted from agriculture from Brawijaya University. And her career path is the director of Trubus Knowledge Management Program from 2020 until present, leading the Trubus Knowledge Management Program, which manages the publications of magazines, books, trainings, events, agrotourism, and marketing of agricultural products, pioneering and developing products in the form of agricultural books with complete guidebook concept since 2002. About 25 titles of which are bestsellers at the Gramedia bookstores. In 2020 and 2021, the books produced won an award from the National Library as the best agribusiness book category. So, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, let's welcome Ms. Utami. Ms. Utami, time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time that has been given. I also introduce Mr. Sardi Duryatmo. Currently, Mr. Sardi is the editor-in-chief of Trubus magazine. And Mr. Sardi has been in the magazine for more than 25 years and is very knowledgeable in the field of agriculture. Okay, so today I'm going to present about my paper entitled, The role of media in introducing and promoting underutilized crop as a supporter of the community economy. And I want to share screen. Okay. Next. Background is mass communication. The media is very effective tool. It is felt when an information is presented to the public. The information disseminated is a product of the publication of media activity. With the information obtained, the readers will increase their knowledge or insight into a commodity. This makes it easier for readers to judge something or determine an attitude towards an information. Next. Media is closely related to journalism. Through journalism, people can see the potential of commodity. Journalism plays a very important role in gathering pieces of important information for anyone who wants to know about it. Next. As an agricultural country, information about the agricultural sector is needed by the community. Among them is information about the various potentials and diversity of plants in Indonesia. Next. With its wealth of natural resources, Indonesia has potential to develop food, agriculture, horticulture, plantation, forestry, and others. This means that Indonesia is able to improve human civilization and overall development. Seeing this reality, agriculture journalism plays an important role in advancing the nation. Every aspect of mass communication is mediated. Mass communication serves to disseminate information, distribute education, stimulate economic growth, and create joy in one's life. Living one day without mass communication is impossible for most people. However, so many of us do not know how the media act and how they affect our lives. Mass media is everywhere around us. Next. Media is the core of every process of mass human communication. Mass communication experts assume that communication media is very important in supporting an efficient and effective mass communication process. Media communication is the heart of mass communication. No one can separate communication from the process of mass communication because only the communication media can connect them. Communication experts are very helpful in the potential of mass media in socio-economic development. Mass media has a great ability to spread messages of development to many people. This includes spreading message to residents who live in spread and scattered places simultaneously and at high speed. Next. In this connection, Scrum point out that there are three functions of mass media in development. A, inform about national development, focusing their attention on the need for change, opportunities to bring about change, and where possible, raising aspiration. B, helping people participate in decision-making process, widening dialogue and keeping information flowing both up and down, and C, educate people to have skills. Next, please. A mass media has an audience commonly referred to as the recipient, target, reader, listener, viewer, audience, decoder, or communicant. Audience is one of the actors in the communication process. Therefore, the audience element should not be ignored, because the success or failure of communication process is largely determined by the audience. In the study of communication, study of communication, audiences can be individuals, group, and communities. It is communicators' job to find out who will be the audience before the communication process takes place. Next. A communicator needs to know three aspects concerning the audience. The socio-demographic aspect, the physiological profile aspect, and the behavioral characteristic of the audience. From the socio-demographic aspect, including gender, age, population, location, education level, language, religion, occupation, ideology, and media ownership. And from the physiological profile aspect, it is understanding the audience from a physiological perspective, including the emotion, opinion, and desires. Next. According to Stewart, quote by Kangara, all communication events that are carried out in a planned manner have purpose, namely influencing the audience or recipient. Influence or effect is the difference between what the recipient thinks, feels, and does before and after receiving the message. Influence is one of the elements in communication that is very important to know the success or failure of the communication we want. The effect is said to be successful if the change that occurs to the recipient in the same as the goal desired by the communicator, or like the formula made by namely the influence is largely determined by the source, message, media, and receiver. Influence can occur in the form of changes in knowledge, attitudes, and behavior. According to attitude towards certain object, ideas, or people are a permanent orientation with cognitive, affective, and psychomotor component. Next. Cognitive is all process that occur the human mind, consisting of seeing, observing, remembering, perceiving something, imagining something, thinking, guessing, judging, considering, and estimating. Media has a strong influence in shaping one's cognition. This is because the media provide information and knowledge that can ultimately shape perception. Information will structure or organize reality. so that reality appears as an image that has meaning. The affective effect is higher than the cognitive effect. The affective component consists of all one's feeling or emotion towards object, especially judgment. The purpose of mass communication is not just to tell audience to know about something, but more than that, after knowing the information they receive, the audience is accepted to feel it. Psychomotor effects are consequences that arise in the audience in the form of behavior, action, or activities. Violent scenes in television or movies cause people to become violent. The cooking contest program like MasterChef Indonesia, for example, will encourage housewives to follow new recipes. Attitude is a mental and neural state of readiness, regulated through experience with exert a dynamic or directed influence on the individual's response to all object and situation with which they are associated. Next. Okay. Neglected and underutilized crops are domesticated plant species that have been used for centuries or more for their food, fiber, fodder, oil, or medicinal properties, but have been reduced in importance over time. A wide range of terminology is used to describe these crops, including orphan, abandoned, lost, underutilized, local, minor, traditional, alternative, niche, or underdeveloped. In recent fashion, these are often referred to as forgotten or smart food. Reduction in use may pertain to, among the other things, supply or consumption constraints, poor shelf-life, unrecognized nutritional value, poor consumer awareness, and reputational problems. Sometimes due to the modernization of agricultural practices. Some crops have been so neglected that genetic erosion of their gene pools has become so sharp that they are often regarded as lost crop. Various agricultural commodities are generally displayed regularly every month. Among them is introduction and disseminating information about neglected and underutilized crops species. Throughout 2005 until now, information on 40 plant species belonging to the ICUC has been disseminated. Among them are red fruit, we call buah merah, Pandanus conoideus, Myrmecodia, sarang semut, Myrmecodia pendans, God's crown or mahkota dewa, Valeria macrocarpa, binahong, Andredera cordifolia, Caladiticus, Tifonium flagelliform, belimbing wuluh, Averroa bilimbi, Delhi hijau water apple, or we call jambu madu Delhi hijau, Syzygium aquaeum, bawang Dayak or Dayak Union, Eleutherin bulbosa, Pelawan, Tristaniopsis marquensis, durian pelangi, Durio sibutinus, mangostin, Garcinia mangustana, moringa, Moringa oleifera, ubi jalar cilembu or sweet potato, Ipomea batatas, talas bening, Xanthosoma undipes, sacha, Pulunkentia volubilis. These plants have been featured in the main topics that decorate the front cover of the Trubus magazine. Almost all of the magazine's main topics were received positively by the public. As a media, Trubus magazine's role is to support economic development, community food security, and improve the welfare of farmers and other business groups. This commitment is evidenced by the presence of Trubus magazine, which has not been absent since December, displayed through accurate data, attractive layout. These commodities are displayed through accurate data, attractive layout, support for attractive photos and illustration, and popular language styles so that they are easily accepted by the public. Furthermore, commodities that were initially considered trivial, underutilized, or neglected can have a great potential to be developed and exploited more widely. Through active publication in the media, the public will appreciate, support, and encourage the development of an agricultural commodity. Without the presence of the media, the dissemination of information is believed to be less effective and even tends to be limited. Therefore, it is very important to involve and utilize the media for progress and development in agriculture. Next slide, please. This is buah merah. The red fruit comes from Papua. For Trubus, red fruit is not a new commodity. Trubus magazine first published an article on red fruit in 2005. Then it was continued in 2006. Initially, no one knew about the efficacy of the red fruit of Pandanus conoides, let alone the benefits. One Trubus reader who has relatives in Papua doesn't even know the figure of the red fruit. The plant indeed more widely used by residents of Wamena Jayawijaya, Regency, Papua. According to red fruit researchers, Bapak Made Budi, the people there make red fruits as their daily consumption. For the information obtained, that they are rarely attacked by degenerative disease. Statistically, data also notes that their life expectancy is quite high. That's what prompted Made to research the content of the red fruit. The results show that red fruit contain high level of active compound. Processed red fruit is very rich in beta carotene. Outside Papua, more and more sellers of red fruit juice. Of red fruit juice have sprung up along with the high demand. Now red fruit is used pharmaceutical raw material. Next. Sarang semut. Myrmecodia pendans. In addition to red fruit, Trubus also succeeded in revealing the potential of other herbs that also came from Wamena, Papua, namely sarang semut. Even though it's called ants' nest, it's actually not a nest made by ants. For Trubus magazine, a nest information is something new. Trubus obtained information from researchers in the Indonesia Institute of Science, or LIPI, Dr. Muhammad Ahkam Subroto. Trubus first reviewed the nest in the April 2006 issue. In the May issue, Trubus immediately made the nest the main topic with the headline news about nest. In the next issue, Trubus again made nest the main topic to discuss the result of scientific research on nest to deepen and strengthen the news. Trubus also continuously reviews the anthill in almost every section of traditional medicine. For generations, actually, nests have been used as medicinal plants by people in the western part of Wamena, Papua. The tribes, they commonly use it to treat rheumatism and gout. Scientific evidence encourages Trubus to fully reveal the properties of nest. Trubus also sent journalists, Mr. Sadi, to explore the habitat and use of nest in the native area in Jayawijaya Regency, Papua. Along with the spread of information about the efficacy of nest, herbal producers of nest at that time were increasingly widespread. Originally hidden from the interior of Papua, at the time nest filled drug shop in various cities. Next. Mahkota Dewa, Valeria macrocarpa. The God's crown plant or tree is often planted in a set plant. The size is not too large, with height of up to 3 meters, has very red fruit that grow from the main stem to the twigs. With its properties, the tree which was originally considered poisonous has become a traditional medicine commodity. Until now, many herbalists have suggested the crown of the god as a beneficial herbs. To extend the shelf life of the crown of the god, preservation can be done in several ways, including cooling, canning, and drying. Drying carried out on the crown of the god fruit aims to reduce the water content in the material, so that remaining water cannot be used as a living medium for the destructive microbes present in the material. In other words, it can extend that the shelf life of the fruit of the crown of the god. The right drying condition will determine the high quality of drying result. Next. Daun sirsak, soursop leaves, Annona muricata. This is also leaf plant that have been neglected, have extraordinary properties. So far, people are more familiar with soursop only for consumption of the fruit. In 2010, Trubus obtained information that soursop leaf have extraordinary properties. It is proven in various testimonies of patients with self-disease who feel the benefit of soursop leaf. That is why in January 2011, Trubus immediately discussed the benefit of soursop leaf as the main topic. This edition was well received by readers, with return rate of only about 1%. Therefore, Trubus again made soursop leaf as the main topics. In the March 2011 edition. This time, what was discussed was the opinion of doctors about the efficacy of soursop leaf. The more widespread information about the efficacy of soursop leaf encourage researchers in the country to examine the efficacy of soursop leaf. The producer of herbs made from soursop leaf are also more and more popping up. They produce soursop leaf in various types of preparation, such as is in the form of encapsulated powder or dry soursop leaf ready to brew. Demand for soursop seeds also jump sharply from the beginning neglected. Now soursop leaf become a mainstay. Next, this is a taro bening. Taro beneng is a local Banten plant that can be an alternative food source because it has a fairly high carbohydrate. Taro beneng agroecology is spread in the area around Mount Karang Pandeglang, again see. Taro beneng has a unique characteristic that is large and yellow with the largest edible part in the form of a stem. Therefore, taro beneng is also often nicknamed the giant. Initially, this plant was a wild plant in the Gunung Karang forest that had existed for decades. Taro beneng is not classified as a type of Colocasia esculenta like taro Bogor or Malang, but belongs to the type Xanthosoma undipes, or also known as tall elephant's ear. Apart from Banten, there is no information regarding the use of this plant in Indonesia. Trubus feature taro beneng as a main topic because its uniqueness and value as a local food ingredients. Next. Okay, this is bawang dayak, Eleuterina bulbosa. Dayak onions have various local names such as Tiwa Union, Sabrang Union, Diamond Union, Lubak Union, Teki Sabrang, or Ghost onion. Tiwa onion is a typical plant of Central Kalimantan where the Dayak tribe lives. This plant has been empirically used by the Dayak community as a medicinal plant. This plant has a red tuber color with a ribbon shape, green leaf, and white flowers. In addition to the above, this plant can also propagated and harvested in a short time, so that this plant can be easily developed into for industrial purposes. Dayak onion bulbs contain several phytochemical compounds, namely alkaloid, phenolics, steroid glycosides, flavonoids, and tannins. For generations, Dayak onion have been used by local people as herbal plants to help with mild or severe disease complaints. The Dayak onion herb has long been used by various Dayak communities as an alternative medicinal plant. Sabrang onion can be used in the form of fresh, simplicia, candied, and in powder form. The potential of Dayak onion has a multifunctional medicinal plant is very large. So its use needs to be increased modern medicine. Next. Yes, this is manggis. In recent years, the benefit of mangosteen rind have become popular because of its use as herbal medicine. In fact, not only the skin, all parts of the mangosteen fruit also contain nutrients that are beneficial to the health of your body. Trubus display the benefit of mangosteen field in several topics. Readers respond positively to this topic. Next, some of the AgroIndustry plants that were also featured in the topic in the magazine as follows. Next. Okay, this is belimbing wulu. Next. Next, please. This is pelawan, moringa, or kelor. Next. Ceplokan. Next. And this is jambu medideli hijau from North Sumatra. That's the presentation I'm deliver. Indonesia, with its various potential, including NUZ, can develop very well. We hope that in the future, there will be more potential that can be explored. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rina.
Thank you, Mrs. Utami, for your real presentation. No more from your presentation that actually we have a lot of potential of underutilized crops all over Indonesia, from the onion until the mangosteen, and I'm sure actually we still have a lot of potential crops that need to be explored. Mrs. Utami, before we accept questions from the participants, now let's move to the next speakers. And then after this next speaker, then we will have questions and answer session. Is it okay, Mrs. Utami?
Okay.
Now I would like to invite Professor Kuswanto from Brawijaya University. Before I welcome Professor, I would like to give his short bio. Okay, I think I will just read his short bio. So, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kuswanto MS is from Brawijaya University. He is a lecturer at the Faculty of Agriculture. He pursues the field of plant breeding in accordance with the laboratory where he is sheltered. namely the plant breeding laboratory in the Department of Agricultural Cultivations. In the undergraduate program, he teaches basic plant breeding, experimental design, applied statistics, and seed production technology. In the master's program, he teaches advanced plant breeding and management of variety assembling and release. The doctoral program teaches plant breeding for resistance to biotic factors. And he is also the chairperson of Underutilized Crop Research Center in Brawijaya University. So with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's us welcome Professor Guswanto. Professor Guswanto, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Rina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Happy join us, Bu Utami. I think Bu Utami remember me.
Yeah.
Yes, remember me. It's good luck for you. Become chief editor of Trubus. It is good magazine in Indonesia. And then happy join us maybe Prof Tunggu from maybe join us. And then happy join us Professor Patrick maybe will join later. Thank you very much for all. And I am happy today because there is 2,053 participants join this meeting. It is my second presentation this morning because the first at 8 until 10 a.m. I present at Sulawesi, and now I present in international conference. Thank you very much for all. My presentation under the research activities on Bambara groundnut. Maybe it is different with Bu Utami. Bu Utami, I wait for you talk about Bambara groundnut, but maybe it is not included in your study, Bu Utami.
Yeah, it's true.
Bambara groundnut, maybe, of course, I will introduce Bambara groundnut for you all participants. Okay. And I will start my presentation with, sorry. This. Genetic resources in Indonesia. It is general this, yeah. And in Indonesia, many local line found. Many local line includes Bambara groundnut. I think Bambara groundnut is local line because definition of local line is what is crop has culture since maybe 5 until 10 years ago until now. It is a local line, and the problem of local line, the main problem, maybe the first one is high diverse. High diverse, yeah. within or among lines or accession local. It is high diverse. Another problem maybe, actually it is not problem, it is the advantage, maybe drought tolerant. It is good for here now because we face the global warming. And the age of flowering. The age of flowering is time of flowering. Flowering is time flowering. It is important for produce the earlier varieties, and then resistant to pests and disease. But I think all of local line, or maybe some of local line, is actually it is the yield is already high. I think it is advantage for us, for breeder to breed new varieties. And then Underutilized crop, it is different with neglected crop. Neglected is wild, but it is. I think underutilized crop is not wild. It is not wild crop, but almost all of person didn't interest to takes this crop, underutilized crop. It is derived from medicinal land and drought tolerant, usually like this. And then the real potential unknown. It is according some person. But in my opinion, the potential is very good. And underutilized crop is from underutilized plant, like this. And all of researcher or student maybe or government maybe, it is rarely used as an object of research. Maybe there is an what is agriculture department in Indonesia interesting to this underutilized crop. Some money from government usually to research about utilized crop. Actually, underutilized crop already well known by local community in some affiliate Indonesia. The group of underutilized crop, actually many groups in Indonesia. I just write in here five group. There is cereal crop group. There is fruit and nut crops, including here Bambara granat. There is industrial crops. There is root and tuber crops and vegetable crop. I think Utami has talked about many crops. And then Bambara granat is underutilized crop. Maybe we have known what is different between utilized crop and underutilized crop. Utilized crop maybe like rice, like corn, soybean, granat. But underutilized crop, it is not popular. Like Bambara granat. In Indonesia, say maybe kacang Bogor. In East Java, kacang kapri. Different name, many names. Underutilized crop because there is a researcher interest about this Bambara granat. Like I say, it is different with neglected crop because underutilized crop actually not wild crop, not wild crop. Okay. There are some potential of underutilized crop. Maybe some people didn't know, but I will tell you that underutilized crop is as expected genetic material, mainly for breeding, for of breeding to develop some or new varieties. Underutilized crop is future crop and source of nutrition in the future. We have now rice, how to difficult to increase rice production, rice yield, how to difficult to increase corn yield. Hybrid is okay, but hybrid have the maximum ability to produce seed. So underutilized crop is crop for future. So underutilized crop, it is important for human health and welfare. And It is good adaptation to climate and environmental change. It is good for this case. And then it contributes to better food diversity and nutrition. It's just 5 potency, but there is other potency. Underutilized crop have economic benefit due to uniqueness. What is adaptive environment and normal growth while low input. Why low input? Because it is habit from underutilized crop. And then in the world, in the Sustainable Development Goals agenda post 2050 maybe, underutilized crop for food security. For food security. So underutilized crop will help us, all of human in the world. Maybe we have to change or maybe add our consumption with underutilized crop. And then it is component of biodiversity. It will help social, economic, and environmental problem. It is all of the potential. And then I will go to the research of plant breeding. Then we know all of cool plant breeding research, of course, will get new varieties. Maybe good varieties, new varieties, have high yield, maybe resistant to pest and disease, maybe the flowering age is earlier, maybe like this, and drought tolerant, maybe drought tolerant. Actually, Bambara granat is drought tolerant, but we have to choose which line, with a local line, with accession, have more resistant to tolerant. Of course, we will go to superiority in high yield, maybe seed color, maybe, because seed color is indicate the drought tolerant. It is hypothesis, I don't know, right or wrong. We have to prove, give proof of this. This is the performance of Bambara granat. If you see this performance, it looks like granat. But the different, maybe the leaf different. The seed and the pot, the pot in the soil, the pot. But maybe some pot above the soil. Actually in the soil, like granat. So the name may be the same, granat and Bambara granat. It is different. Granat is common, but Bambara granat is underutilized in the performance. I plan it's in dry season. I think it is good in dry season. It's the side of polybag. There is dry land in here, but Bambara granat is grow well. Okay, I will go to recent status of research in Brawijaya University. Many research since 2012, I think, 2012. Many research. I will tell you one by one what is the advantage of this research. The first one, start 2012, we explore some local line Bambara granat in Java, especially in Java. Actually, I go to Sumatera and Kalimantan and what is Nusa Tenggara. actually, but I didn't find. And I just found in Java, especially in West Java and East Java. In West Java, surrounding Bogor, Sumedang, Cianjur, and then in East Java, in Gresik, in Pangkalan, Madura, and Bojonegoro, Lamongan, and Kertosono. Different name, different place. Sometimes we say kacang kapri. I think it is different kacang kapri, but I don't know. Some people say it is kacang kapri. And then kacang Banten. There is people say it's kacang Banten. The popular name is kacang Bogor. I think kacang Bogor. Because a different name, so I use original name, Bambara Granat. I say in bahasa Indonesia, kacang Bambar. Because from Bambara Granat, kacang Bambar. Many local line, and the first activity, it is purified this line because it is different. If it differs, variability is high. So I have to take the first activity is purification. So from the purification, I get the purified line. We have 189 lines or accession. Maybe some people say it's accession. No problem. Accession or line is okay. From this, we take a select, choose some purified line, and from this we got 50 potential line that have distinct characters and sufficient number of seed. What about number seed? Because there is pot have one seed, but sometimes we get pot with 2 seeds. But no, 3 seed, no 3 seed. Maximum 2 seed. Yes. We got 50 potential line. But we know that this purified line will segregate if I plant it. So, and the second activity is the negativities, so continue purification activities. So many times we purify this line until uniform in line, within line, uniform within line. It is the shape of pot. If you see in this performance, thank you very much for Putri help us to correct this seed. It is different color. It is different shape. This different shape like this, and then it is the double seed. I say double seed because I think there is more than one seed in here because the shape of seed is round. If the shape of pot like this, I think there is more one seed in here. Right, it is the performance of seed. It is different, many different. And I open the pot and I get the seed like this. Many different shape of seed, different color, different what is position of lumella, position of color, and etc. It is seed character. It is seeds. And measurement is different. Weights totally done. And from this, I have formally I have hypothesis. Hypothesis black seed will drug tolerant. It is my first hypothesis, but I have to get proof this hypothesis. So many research to get the proof. It is the performance of double seed. I say double seed. It is different. All of double seed pod always have one seed bigger than others, like this. Always like this. It is different. The measure of seed is same, different. Usually, one seed bigger than other, like this. And then I have hypothesis. S will produce 2 seed if I plant it. I don't know. I have to plant it. I have to try this hypothesis. So this hypothesis is wrong because all of seed just produce 1 seed every month. So it is not right. From pot, maybe there is 1 until 2% pot have more than 1 seed, like this. And then after this, I want to know what about the variability. All of local line or accession here, we could to test about simple matching coefficient. Simple matching coefficient with quantitative character or rapidity or qualitative character, all of character. From this one, it is many research about this, and it is the maybe complete research. It's got 5 group relationship just from this one. 5 group relationship. There is close relationship within group. Close relationship within group. So from this, I have next hypothesis. Is it right that West Java and East Java line relatives? Maybe relatives, Java, West Java and East Java. Maybe formerly Bambara granite just from Africa. Maybe it is the host history. Some historians say Bambara granite from one place in Africa. Maybe in Bambara. Bambara may be the name of place of origin, maybe the name of village. I don't know. It is history that I like it. And then maybe some person bring it to until Indonesia, until West Java, until East Java. So I test this character, have hypothesis, maybe East Java and West Java line is relative because the simple matching coefficient is low. And maybe adaptive to local environment in West Java, adapt in West Java and adapt in East Java. So now we test it is different. But there is relative. Right? And then what about within East Java line? Within East Java line, we try to test about East Java line. As from West Java line as control here from Cianjur. We try evaluates each Java line. Is it the same, or maybe there is genetic diversity? It is the coefficient about relativity within Java line like this. Like this. And in here, clustering based on morphological character produce a dendrogram with similarity coefficient 0.3 until 1. From this, at a similarity coefficient of 0.52. There were two main clusters here. Two main clusters. It is just for each Java line. There is two main clusters. From RAPD data, to have low justification for the genetic relationship, but it is appropriate to find variability to determine the candidate for superior parents. And from this, I have a question. Next question. What about the qualitative character? What about this? I want to know this one. And the next research about genetic variability from it is quantitative character like this. It's different. This canopy, number of leaves, petal, and etc. until 50 seed widths. Different like this. So, genetic variability. It is indicated genetic variability. I have many students, so many research about the background. It's undergraduate and postgraduate or PhD. There are many students. And then what about the qualitative character? It is the sample of color of seed in here. Based on the RHS color, I get this one. It is different. What is orange maybe and violet, blue. I think I say cream in here in the left, cream, or maybe brown. Creams. There is black, the mainly black, because our hypothesis, the black seed is indicate drug tolerant. So we choose many black line in my collection. But is it the right? Of course, I will. I have proof in the next slide. And then I want to know what is the drug tolerant mechanism, and then the black seed. It will have a drug tolerant. I want to know from stomata density. It is the performance of stomata density. The left one, it is the black color, black seed, and the right one is cream. I give name UV cream because it is UV cream because it is. I will select it and then this pure line, and then I get the new line, and then I give the name as UV cream. It is 25 of field capacity, and then the below of full capacity. Field capacity. It is different performance like this. The measure of stomata, then density of stomata. So I have the conclusion here. Stomata density is not dependent on seed color in this conclusion, but genotype. Genotype. Stomata density is dependent genotypes. It's not dependent on seed color. It is the proof. It's number 5, and we go to number 6. Now, from this, we want to choose some seed have the potential. From previous research indicate the variability within line still more than 25%. 25%. So modification continue until 3-4 times. How to? I apply single seed design method for increase uniformity, because single seed design in here, the mean single pot. Actually, single pot in here. I take 1 or 2 pot every plant. 1 or 2 pot. It is important to pot, because if I just choose one pot, if I this pot or this seed is not grow, it is I get difficult to get the proof. There is 2 cycles applied to get high similarity. So I apply double single seed design, double in here twice. It is to improve uniformity within line. What about the product? This one? There is similarity coefficient. The first and second single seed design. There is increase like this. There is minus in here. There is minus in this column. So uniformity is in all of line increase. Yeah. So single seed design is good method to increase uniformity of Bambara Corona. It is a conclusion from this decision. All line increase, all lines increase. It is conclusion from this research. So, because the coefficient similarity increase, so we have assumption single citizen increase uniformity of line. From here, of course, similarity coefficient indicates uniformity.
Kuswanta, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but your time is until 10:47, so you have 1 more minute. Thank you.
One more minute. Okay.
So, but I can give you 5 more minutes.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Present. Thank you very much. And then the coefficient uniformity is less than 10%, because I have applied to single citizen. And then the next, of course, finally I get varieties candidate. There is 30 varieties candidate. I will evaluate this varieties candidate, and then I will choose from 30 candidate to get new varieties have. And the first one, drought tolerant, maybe number 1, and then maybe if it is possible, I want to choose early flowering, tolerant pest and disease, high nutrition, and preference consumer and market. It's next list. And then from this, there is different the selection number of trees. which I choose the 30 candidate varieties candidate with PG, polyethylene glycol. From this, we get five local line to develop, become new varieties. And then it is the picture of applied polyethylene glycol in this group of fruit like this. And I have the conclusion about PEG in Bambara granate. Yeah, the 15% is sulfur will kill the plant because there is a plant grow. 50% is too high. So the optimum concentration to choose to selection Bambara granate is 10%. It is good. Osmotic stress caused by concentration 10% PEG inhibit genotype. It is good to choose. Maybe some researcher will apply this dose. The 9 evaluation of candidate, it is the candidate, right? Flowering edge like this. Earlier flowering edge, there is two candidate. And then proline as indicates drug tolerant. This proline content like this. This is tolerant. This candidate, yeah. So drug tolerant. So three varieties. We have SS, and then PWBG and PBM. Drug tolerant. So from here I have got certain candidate of new variety. And this drug tolerant. What is mechanism? Like this mechanism, there is difference between genotypes in water inhibition rate because osmotic stress caused on concentration PEG. Genotype so different in drug tolerant. And then from here I try to test this candidate. What about the stability and adaptability? It is the dry season like this. It is different. The dry season, we have 5 line stable, but in rainy season it is different. It is 0 in dry season. All of candidate have 1 point like this until 2 ton by hectare. It is in rainy season. Rainy season is different. The stability of a line in rainy season is different. So from this, it is I have to test double season, combine the season. Actually, Bambara granate is suitable plant in rainy season, about November or December. Okay, so I try to combine, and then this one, I get this one. Variety is stable. In Indonesia, Bambara granate was planted in rainy season. So it will be better if this data analysis from rainy season. It is enough. But if you combine rainy season and dry season, is better, I think. And then now we had description. After the seminar, I will register my varieties candidate to government to get intern property right. It is there. I have description, full description. Okay, this is one publication. Many publication from Bambara granate research. Many publication from a PhD program or from magister program or master program, and then from undergraduate, etc. The last one, 2 years ago, Underutilized Crop Research Center joined in yearly expo, and Alhamdulillah get #1. It seems visitors interested in alternative food crop. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry, Bu Lina, I spent maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Santo, for your really interesting presentations on Bambara groundnut. And now I would like to invite once more Mrs. Utami, and we would like to come to the questions and answer sessions. And in the sessions, we welcome all the participants to raise your questions, both to raise your question directly, or you can put your questions in the chat room. So it's really interesting for both of you. For Mrs. Utami, we hear a lot of innovation and potential regarding Indonesian underutilized crops, range from the red fruit, and then mangosteen, and then diet onion, and then a lot of Indonesian potential underutilized crops that you mentioned. And from Professor Kuswanto, we learned a lot about Bambara groundnut, and we now become more familiar Bambara groundnut, kacang Bogor, right? Before we just know that kacang Bogor is just snacks that is being consumed by probably minority in Japanese, but I think the Bambara groundnut can be developed more in the future. So for the participants, I welcome you to ask questions or maybe give feedback on both of the two keynote speakers today. Probably while waiting for the questions from the participants, I would like to ask questions for Ms. Utami. Is it okay, Ms. Utami?
Di sini to answer the question regarding the presentation, I will be assist by Mr. Sardi.
Okay.
Mr. Sardi will be explained in more detail about the questions.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sardi, are you here with us already? So I was just curious, Mrs. Utami and Mr. Sardi, about the work that is being comprehensively conducted in Trubus, exploring all the potential of Indonesian crops, including underutilized crops. I was just wondering, how would you determine, or how would you decide, okay, this is the crop that we would like to feature about, and then this is the crop that probably have potential. As you mentioned before, actually Trubus already features about red fruit since 2005 until I think it's far before that fruit is become popular. And I think it's a good eye you have in Trubus that you decide, okay, we will feature this kind of crop because we believe this crop has a huge potential to be developed. How would you determine that? How would you decide the plan that you're already featured? Maybe Mr. Sardi?
Mr. Sardi?
Or
okay,
may I
right.
set my questions in Bahasa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
in
Mr. Sardi
English.
is here already.
Okay. And the first, how to decide the topic to be a main editorial in Trubus. The first, the editorial meeting determine of the content of magazine every month. We selected a proposal from all editor. We have 6 editor of vegetable, editor of medicinal plant, editor of fruits, editor of pet and animal, and then others. The basic for selection is of the news value. For example, newness, extraordinary, proximity, and then trend. Okay, we provide coverage to all journalists, and then the high value news we decided to main topic in Trubus magazine.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So you do have something like a research about the topics that it can be featured about, right? It's interesting. Thank you, Mr. Sadi. And I
You're
can
welcome.
see here that one participant is raising hand, Mrs. Andari Risliawati. Hello, Mrs. Andari. Do you want to ask your questions directly to the keynote speaker?
Yes, Burina, if you permit
me.
I'm sorry, my voice.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your questions clearly. Or it's just me?
Hello? Can you hear me, Burina?
Yeah, I can hear you more clearly now.
Okay.
Could you repeat your question? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for both presenter, Bu Utami and Prof. I have question for Prof. Suwanto. It's nice your presentation about the Bruna. And verified around 180 exhibition of Bambara grown-up. So my question is, have you still keep all this?
I'm very sorry, Miss Andari. I think we lost your point again. Miss Andari.
And how you internet is so unstable here.
Yeah, Miss Andari, we are very sorry that we couldn't catch your questions clearly. I think it's due to your connection.
Maybe type in setting. Type in setting.
Maybe you can raise your question in the chat room. Yeah. And I think the question is for Professor Kuswanto.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
I just hear. Can you have like that? This I don't give the voice.
Okay. Shall we wait for another question? So for all the participants who would like to raise the questions, you can both ask your question directly to the keynote speakers, or you can write down your questions in the chat room.
Yes, maybe type in chat.
So while waiting for the questions, actually I would like to ask Professor Kuswanto, it's really a remarkable work that you've done. Oh, but we already got the question from Ms. Andari. So the question is, have you still keep all accessions of Bambara grown-out that you have collected until today in Brawijaya? Could you answer that question, Professor?
Yes, of course. For Andari, I have many accessions. But in 2021, I just evaluate five accession and one control from Thailand. Tomorrow we have speaker Prof. Prakit Somta. I get the Thailand line from him some years ago. Like this to Andar.
Thank you.
Then,
so I think we have another question here. How you maintain this accession?
Yes.
Because as far as I know that this is oily and easy to deteriorate.
Yes.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, it is my advantage, Bu, because I have many students here. So I always give some research team for my student, maybe undergraduate student, postgraduate student, and PhD student to plan and take research about the Bambara grana. And then, for instance, this year I have three program about Bambara grana. This evaluate in rainy season, evaluate in dry season, and what is arranged about the characterization like this. So next year I have a good plan for program, postgraduate student. That is, I have to graduate student for next year, and I have prepared the team of the research. It is my method like this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your answer. So for Ms. Andari, do you have any feedback on Professor Kuswanto's answer? Okay, she has more feedback or questions, Professor. I am from DB Bio-Industri, and we have facilities here in our gene bank to conserve majorly orthodox seeds of food crops. Is it possible in the future we can access to your collections to improve the diversity here and to be accessed by other researchers? Professor Putranto, what do you think?
Yes, of course possible, Bu. Of course possible. In Brawijaya, actually we have the Genpeng too. The chief of Genpeng is Dr. Budi Waluyo. But no, until now, I keep my seat in my room. I have what is big refrigerator like this in some seat in my room and my refrigerator, and then some seat in Genpeng in Jatikerto. Jatikerto is a field agriculture research station from Brawijaya University. If you want to join about the research Bambara Coronat, it's okay, Bu. Let's go to cooperation. Okay.
Thank
I
you,
will read it.
Professor Putranto.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Andari, for your questions. There is door open from Professor Putranto to have future collaborations with you in BB again. I hope it can be a fruitful collaboration in the future. And I think we will have more questions, Professor Putranto, from Ms. Maya Melati. Has the utilization of Bambara increased for snack only, or probably for another function?
Many uses from Bambara Granat. I think from ice cream until snack, until what is brownies, many uses. 3 years ago, we held the international seminar in Gresik, and there is what is industrial, household industry to produce many uses of Bambara Granat. I think it is not different with what is soybean, with it is not different with corn, and etc.
Interesting. I was wondering how is the taste of Bambara groundnut ice cream.
Yes. There is question from Siti Fatima.
Yes.
How to observe the fat content?
Yeah.
Yes. How to observe of fat content Bambara granat, whether the seed are fresh or the dry seed, because the result of my research, the fat content of dry seed are in 8 until 12%. Okay, I think it is depend the site to plant. Depend. If you want to test what is fat content, please take the dry seed. Please evaluate it. If you take the fresh seed, I think many water content in here, so it is difficult to get the what is in-depthness content like this. Okay, thank you very much,
So
Bro Andari. You're welcome. Okay.
So you recommend dry seed more than the wet seed, right? To measure the fat content. So, Professor?
Yes.
So for Ms. Siti Fatima, do you have any feedback on Professor Kuswanto's answer?
I think Siti Fatima is Bambara Granat researcher too, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Kuswanto, and thank you, Ms. Siti Fatima. So this is also the note from Ms. Andari that she would like to collaborate more in the future with UCRC and with you, Professor Kuswanto. Thank you. So for all the participants, I welcome you to raise more questions, probably also to Trubus, to Mrs. Utami, or to Professor Kuswanto. We still have not much, 2 or 3 more minutes before we close the session. Is there any more questions? Or shall we wrap this session? Okay. Mrs. Utami and Professor Kuswanto, it's been a really delightful presentation from you both. We are really thankful that you give us more perspective and more knowledge about underutilized crops, especially that is slanted or growth in Indonesia. Hopefully in the future between Trubus, Brawijaya University and another party, we can have collaborations in terms of research and also development. And on behalf of the committee and also Faculty of Agriculture, allow us to sincerely give you the small appreciations from us in the forms of certification. The first one is the certificate for Mrs. Utami. Thank you very much for your enlightening presentations. I hope you really have a fruitful collaboration in the future, and I hope you are successful in the development of Trubus. Thank you, Mrs. Utami.
Thank
and
you.
the second certificate is for Professor Dr. Insinyur Kuswanto, MP. Thank you very much for your motivating presentations today. We know a lot now about Bambaragonat and have hopefully more to be developed about this Bambaragonat. Thank you and wish you luck in the future. And for the all participants, let us give a warm applause, a big applause for both of the presenters today. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to enclose the sessions. I'm Rina Rahmawati as the moderator. I'm very sorry if there is any inconvenience, and thank you very much for your participation. And I would like to give back the mic to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for all the invited speakers and also our moderator today, Mrs. Rina, for leading a really good discussion and also presentation sessions. Now let's move to the next session, second sessions. And this session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Agus Tarno, SPMP. Mr. Agus, time is yours.
Okay, for these sessions, I would like to ask two presenters today. I will check first. Okay, thank you, operator. Okay. Okay, for these sessions, I would like to ask two presenters. The first one is Professor Atungwu Jonathan Jeremiah, PhD from College of Plant Science and Crop Productions, Federal University of Agriculture, Kuta, Punab, Nigeria. So, Professor Atungwu is already in this room, in this Zoom? Not yet? Okay. The second one, I would like to ask Professor Patrick van Damme from Prague University of Life Sciences. He will present this topic. It's about the frontier research and development of underutilized crop in Europe or Africa. So Professor Patrick is already in this room.
Test. Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Professor Patrick will be changed by Dr. CD, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. CD. Okay. Okay, the first one, dear participants, firstly, I would like to thank for your availability to join with us till now, and hopefully all of you can join with us till the end of these sessions. And I do hope it's not only in this session, but also in the next session also, all of you can join in this seminar. And secondly, I'd like to thanks to all presenters. So today maybe, in this sessions, maybe Mr. CD will be representative of Professor Patrick. Hopefully she can also, he also has availability to be here and share his interested topic. And the third, I think it's better for us to inform the short CV for each presenter. As we know here in this slide, in this Zoom, we can see Professor Patrick van Damme. This is from the Prague University of Life Sciences. He was born on 28 January 1956 and place of birth in Ghent, Belgium. And then he is the professor in Ghent University Faculty of Bioscience Engineering. Sorry, that is formerly the Faculty of Agricultural and Applied Biological Science. And he is a full professor at Laboratory of Tropical and Subtropical Agronomy and Ethnobotany, Department of Plant Productions, Faculty of Bioscience Engineering, and formerly we call Agricultural Science. Okay, and he also has several subjects, as we know here. Because the cover topic as the intensive studies of tropical and subtropical agronomy, and then plant production system, and then applied plant systematic, etc. And so many things. Interested topic in this short CV. So I do hope it is the clear information about him. Okay. It's better for us to give the time to the Mr. CD to present his topic today. So time is yours, Mr. CD, please. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu dan salam sejahtera untuk semua. So I will be speaking in English to make comfort for every attendance during the session. So thank you for having me. And first of all, I would like to apologize for the absence of Professor Patrick van Damme. He had yesterday, a few days ago, he came back from Senegal to Ghent, and he had a knee injury. And he should and must take a medicine, so he cannot attend this session today. But you know, Professor Patrick van Damme, he's very quite unique person. You know, even though he's now retired from Ghent University, but he's currently chosen as a foreign expat in Faculty of Agri-Science in Czech. So it's a wonderful thing. And you know, I'm one of his previous students, and I adore him a lot because one of the things, he was quite really famous in the world of ethnobotanic and also in the world of plants and science. And what I like to share about him, that he has more than 600 publications, scientific publications. And he's really known as, we call him Pop Rai, so Professor on the Trip, because his project is all around the world. It's a worldwide project. And from Indonesia, from Malaysia, Vietnam, Senegal, all the way to South America. So when it comes to Indonesia, he leaves some points to me to be his one of his key speakers also. So what is his relevance with Indonesia? So he has been doing projects with universities of Indonesia since the 1970s, even before I was born. He had conducted project with Brawijaya University, with Gadjah Mada University, and so on. And the latest thing that he conducted a project with me was related with my subject of research. Was in a cinnamon. So during his time with me, 5 years, we had conducted most of the time all the way in Indonesia. We flew in Indonesia like 4 or 5 times since 2017 until 2019. So we had quite a common interest in crops and spices. And I'm sorry, I think my camera is not good as I used to be because I use my child laptop. We're still sleeping. It's 5 in the morning, but I will do my best. So first of all, thank you for everyone attending Professor Patrick's session, and he will be pleased for your question and answer. So I will share some presentations. Actually, his presentation was all collected from all of his research projects from all Africa, South America, Asia, and so on. So in the end of this sharing session presentation, I will share his project with me in Nigeria in the beginning of 2021. It was about moringa. So well, if I may, can I share some slides for the host?
Okay. Please wait, Mr. CD. I'd like to give you.
Yeah, can you see?
Yeah. Okay, clear.
Okay. So good morning once again on behalf of Professor Patrick. I like to indulge to you his presentation today. It's called Frontier Research and Development of Underutilized Crop in Europe - Africa, with emphasis on medical plants. So first of all, as we all know that maybe by the presenter before that there's currently a really need of medicinal plants, because nowadays the world, the consumers worldwide have a distrust in chemical medicine that they consume. So it's a very potential nowadays also to be back on the track of what we were born to do, which is related to natural products. But there's a current situation for the medicinal plants and also for the spices and so on. It's about the over exploitation and over harvesting in the wild, because this is the thing. So if you think about, oh, okay, there's a need for organic products. There's a thing about medicinal crops, and everyone sees that there's a market potential, so everyone are shifting towards the trend. So it becomes and happens to be exploited and also over harvested. So the thing is, in Africa it's almost the same like in Asia. Well, the drive towards the medicinal herbs and also for the crops and so on is really booming lately. I will explain you later in my project with the professor in Nigeria about moringa. So let's see, this is what he presented, that in Africa, Asia, Latin America, in the Middle East, most of the 70 to 95% of population still use traditional medicine for the primary healthcare. And also in Indonesia, I think your very first speaker was also has a presentation about jamu. It's the same. So this is one of the things that really enrich our culture values in using the medicinal herbs. And but not to forget, in Europe, there are also some peoples, 100 million people are believed to use traditional complementary of herbal medicine. So if I go today to some herb shop or some organic shop, you can see many of the Europeans buying more and more exotic and herbs that are available in the shelf, because there's a shifting trends to it. And you can see it is also a very big market. It's to up to 83 billion US dollars. It's a data from 2012. You can imagine now with the COVID situation, it will boost up, maybe triple or quadruple the whole of the value of the transaction worth. So you can see in the 2020 it was like 115 billion. So it's increasing a lot. And now in Europe we are facing the fourth wave of COVID. So I think it's getting more and more. So what we know about the natural resources. So there's currently a situation as the title of underutilized crop. It is still on a progress of research and development. So like drugs, it needs to be tested, it needs to be researched, research on, and also it needs to be, you know, it needs to be have a trial to be tested. And let's take a sample of one of the things that he also provided is with the current lead of the company called Pfizer. So that is the Pfizer that is well, let me show you this. So there's a current needs of the medicines. Yeah, there's a current needs of the medicines, and people, companies like Pfizer, they are extracting more and more medicinal herbs from exotic plants. But currently, there's also the situation that also many plants are really not the plants they used to be. It's called biopiracy. So let's say moringa, it's a fake moringa, or it's a fake cinnamon. That's the thing with biopiracy. So it's not exactly the same. So it's better to use and come to a common sense with what we know about the plant itself. And this is the situation there. But the people say, is it really possible? And is it really valuable? And to make this worth of our research? Yes, it is. Because the medicinal plants are valuable and much used as natural resources. One of the case is the most, what in the previous slide was also mentioned, that it's really needed a lot for the human consumption, but also has impact on the human and also on the human livelihood that are really depending on it, but also on the wildlife like tigers and rhinos and so on, because not only human use or eat or for their daily life, but also the wildlife has a really much interest for the commodities itself or for the plants. So it's a natural resources that we need also to be aware of the environmental impact of the ecosystem that we are, over harvesting because of the need of the crop. Because if we say, let me share you some logical thinking. So if there's a current trend and current research about the current subject of plant of crops, and this is really booming, and everybody is going to hunt for the spice. And what it happens, like in the case in Manado, was in January 2019 when I came there. There was a really big rush of cinnamon type of Ceylon from Sri Lanka that it grows there. So what happens in Manado in North Sulawesi? It over harvested. It's until it's not there anymore. It's gone. So all of the trees of cinnamon in that area, specific area, it's gone. So it will impact, a cinnamon in itself. It is also very useful not only for human but also for the wildlife that in its habitat. So what we do, as we all know, that Professor also said, it's a valuable natural resources. So it needs to be really conducted in high conscious cultivation process, and will eventually leads to the betterment of the people. So this is one of the study case in Ecuador, cherry moya and also the papayas. But I just go through with it because there are so many projects with the NUS, neglected underutilized species, in his department in Ghent University, and also it's going on in Czech. So this is what we do actually. So we conducted all of the experiments, and we collected all of the ecology, crop ecology, and so on. I will just go through with it. So this is the second case of the Africana, Prunus africana, of the subject that it was related to news, underutilized, but we in the department, we focus to bring out this scientific overview for the general public. I can share you the document so you can read personally. So this is what we do, Prunus collection, everything. This is in Africa, yeah? I'm still in Africa, not going anywhere. So we'll continue. This is Africana. This is the Madagascar case. I will go through because there's 88 slides of him. But in the end, the latest research with me was in January 2021 about moringa. So I'll go through with it. This is the threads. So this is my research with the professor. I will stop share. I will change the slide. So this is the slide. I will enlarge. So this is the research that I conducted with professor. It's about Moringa oleifera. Also, if you know Indonesia, it's called kelor, down kelor. So what we did, we evaluate the process and also from production to post-production and the value chain improvement for Nigeria's farmers' income. So what we did, there are so many moringa out there in Nigeria, but most of the people in Nigeria, they see it as a common plants. They harvest it only for the daily consumption, but and the result is it doesn't impact their livelihood. So what we did, we evaluate and see how it's possible to increase the value of the plant. So it was I also conducted some workshop in Nigeria with professor, and it was presented in May 2021. So for all those that doesn't know me, hi, my name is Sidi Ranamgala. I am currently active researcher at Ghent University. I'm also the director of Agriculture Adi Africa. It's a non-profit organization based in Africa. And I'm also a co-founder of Spice Up Indonesia and also Spiceland Indonesia. So there are many publications that from my side that has been published. This is one of them, the latest, and also got the positive impact from the local media in Indonesia to be published about my research conducted and specifically in cinnamon. But since 2021, there's two more subjects that is currently under my wing, which is moringa and also nutmeg. So there are three now: cinnamon, moringa, and nutmeg. So I'm now currently presenting to you. It's about moringa case that I've been doing in Nigeria. So who am I actually? So I'm a researcher, a purely 100% researcher, scientist, but I'm an action-based scientist. What I mean about it, so I changed from a science point of view into action point of view. So from my science that I conducted on the field, I collected, and then I come to work with the local ministries and also local government. And then from the cinnamon case, we created an Indonesian national standard about sustainable harvesting. And then later on, I also conducted a joint cooperation with a European organization called ECO. So we educated more and more farmers about sustainable harvesting and also on their SOP about the standards, how to make it better. So let's bring to you about the moringa case. So the moringa for some is really known as the tree of life. I mean, it's 100% tree of life because it has a really good impact on your health system, and it's a really wonderful plant crop that people are seeing it not as a potential as other commodities, but for this local and also for the culture values, it's really impactful, and also for the people in Bali. So I've been talking about this with the Bali government about 4 months ago, and they will create a project for the moringa in northern Bali from my point of view. So moringa, yes, it's a mystical plant, and it's been around us since more than hundreds. It's more like thousands of years, but it's still currently situated as an underutilized species, because if you go googling under journals on whatever journal you see, there's really less interest of this tree to come up as a scientifically base. So even though it is called a gift from the god, but we are still lacking of interest for the specific plant. So when we go to Nigeria, it's the situation there. It's really hot, and it's like it's different from the geographical point of view. So one of the plants that can grow there really potentially is moringa itself. So I've been all around Burkina Faso, Niger, and so on, also to experiment based on the FIO's hypothesis. So as I come aware to all of these areas, that is still this moringa plant is still, you know, it's still underdeveloped. But there's still potential because based on their own perspective, the the local ethnic group use this really as their daily consumption. I've also conducted an experiment with their local government about how they see the moringa itself. They say moringa can help for them to get fully nutrition in relation with the program of UNDP with the stunting project. So most of the children in their since their baby, the mothers feed them also with moringa juice. They cultivate it and then they press it and they give it to their babies. So there are currently 1.5 billion acres of uncultivated land in Africa. It's really it's a massive continent. But in Africa South, if you come there once in a while, it's really the situation is not, you can say poor, you can say underdeveloped, but there's a willing for the Africans, to work on it. So that's where we as a scientists come in, and then we share our insights and our research about how we can grow together and support them and become a value added in the processing technologies. And also we conducted a linkage between African also for the European market for the commodities that are really interest for the European market, such as moringa itself. So this is based on the scientific and the botanical moringa itself. So it's a cylindrical tree, yeah. If you call it from the point of view of the business, it's industrial tree, yeah. So it can be consumed. The local people in Africa, they use the tree stem as a coal to burn, and you can all the leaves and the fruits you can process it everything. This is the morphology of the plant itself. Ecology, yeah, because it's a tree that needs a really high latitude, yeah, because it cannot absorb. In Africa, it's a drought, it's dry, but they need a coolness. They need the coolness to grow, and they don't need a lot of water. It's just enough. And let's talk about the human resources. And there are currently 3,000, based on the data that I collected, there are currently 300,000 of youth across country in Nigeria that are harvesting moringa, but they have lack of access to the bigger market. So they sell it in their local middleman, and then afterwards the middleman sell it to the exporter and so on. So there's a really potential of moringa farming in Nigeria. So this is the traditional medical properties of moringa. So this is what I want to share with you. It's about underutilized, because all of the plant of the tree plant, the part of the tree, it can be useful for a human and also for the wildlife. So you can see the leaves for the traditional use. You can for antibacterial. For the root, it's for the dental care. For the dental care. And also for the bark, the skin, it can use to headache, and the flowers, the rooting flowers is for common cold, anti-tumor, and so on. It's really, as I mentioned before, it's a God gift for the humanity, or tree of life. So as I said before, and this presentation was for the Nigerian people, my friends there, my brothers and my sisters. So even though it's still underutilized and under research, let's say. It is really a media magnet. It's really potential. So what I came there, and the evidence that I found, that I need to present to you today, is what they did. So this is the process of the crop production of the moringa. The first was land clearing. The second, what they did for the youth, is seedlings and seeds collection to improve the varieties. And the third is weed management and also fertilizer application. And then harvesting. So this is the traditional harvesting. They collected by hands. And then the fifth is processing. They wash it traditionally, and they drain the leaves, and draining the leaves, and then they wash it, they drain it, and then they collect it again, then wrap it. So drying the moringa leaves, there are three ways of you can actually do in the future. I mean, it's my suggestion to them, because it's commonly dry in the sun. And yeah, there's also other ways. The first way is the room drying, so in a closed room, because if you in the closed area, there are no less of the germs that can be attached to the leaves itself. So the first is room. The second is still solar, using the sun. The third is the mechanical. That is the new one that still needs investment in Nigeria. So using technology. So this is afterwards is the technology used for moringa processing. The first is the milling. So they put it. This thing, this tool, this equipment, they don't have it. So I found out in a Chinese company in China, and they sell this, and I proposed to their local government in Nigeria, are you willing to buy this product? And they say, well, it's still undergoing negotiation, because it's really high. So it's really high, but it's going. So the first is milling, and then sieving. So this is the whole processing. So this is the diagram that I made. So from moringa picking and so on, until it become a sellable product. So this is the second one. The diagram is the moringa seed processing. So it's from the bottom, from raw, until it becomes applicable to be planted in the natural habitat. So as I mentioned before, it's a cash crop. So this is the flower. The second one is the leaf. The third is the root. The fourth is the seed. The fifth is the fruits itself. And the last is the gums. It's the gum, the gum. So everything can be useful, and it's another word of saying that it's an industrial tree. So this is the overview of the global market of moringa. So in 2025, the moringa case for Africa, it's become a really high local value, because it's worth of trading to 10 billion US dollar. So who are the really big buyers of moringa? Is China, and the second one is China, and the second one is India, because they use it for traditional medicine. So this is the European market itself for moringa. So it's traded like really a lot, and it's a really potential to come up with the current research and development. So this is the case of, as I mentioned before, if you talk about science, there need to be proof on it. So this is based on the laboratory research that the plant is really has a active compound to become, let's say, have an impact for the human health. So it's really conducted research on, and it is the whole tree. Yeah, as I mentioned before, it has all of the vitamins that human needs. So that is why the babies in Africa, in Nigeria, they feed the babies also with moringa since after birth. And it is the leaves that they do also. I have a partner in Amsterdam. So what the whole company, they use the moringa and they transform it to powder. So it's really potential. And more, if you come to organic shop, you can meet all the moringa tea. So it's a business And it is the whole moringa value chain process based on the case in Nigeria. So what they're lacking of is the whole process that, it's the common thing with spices and herbs. There's lack of interest of investor in this subject. So it needs to be added on, but not only by scientifically way, what I've been doing with moringa in Nigeria, but also in the relation with the human interest of investment, banking, and so on. So it's a process that needs to be supported based on the value chain process. So the whole research findings, there's a critical issue investment, as I've mentioned before. There are no derivatives of the plant itself, and there's lack of market awareness of moringa from Nigeria in Europe or in America, in China, and so on. And it's lacking of quality control. And the last one is the regulatory approval. So in Nigeria, they see this, the Nigerian government, they see this not as a prominent crop, or in Indonesia word is produk unggulan, so they don't care it's a must thing, because like in Indonesia, they're still focused on palm oil. It's the same case in Nigeria. They're now also converting in palm oil. So even though it's purely potential for the health and now for the COVID, but it's still there's opportunity there. There's opportunity for moringa for the case. So this is my conclusion for you today. With Professor Patrick also, there's no conclusion in everything. What we need to do is to see where our food can take part in the journey of ethnobotanic world. So as I inviting you all, moringa, there's many moringas in Indonesia. One of the cases was in Bali that I've been talking with the local government there. It's the same case in Nigeria. Let's see the potential there, and let's do something worthy about it and make research and bring the value of the plant itself. So thank you for your attention, and for the organizer, for me as replacement for Professor Patrick. That is me to you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Siti, about your good and interesting presentations. Yeah, in Indonesia we call moringa is kelor, ya, Pak?
Yes, indeed, kelor.
That's correct. So I think this species is actually not the native from Indonesia, right? This is from India or etc.
Yes, it's from India actually, the first. It's the same case with all of the spices and herbs. If we see from the historical way, so it's also a very big influence of the Arab traders. Yeah, Arab traders, they were looking for spices and also for herbs all around Asia to be traded on with the Roman Empire. So during the process, the local communities in Africa, in Madagascar, in Indonesia itself, they bring the plants and they trial on the soil if it can grow, and it grows. And it's one of the cases with moringa. So yesterday I've been to this very unique museum, and it tells the story about how plants. Eventually, most of the plants is coming from this part of region, is India, Sri Lanka, and then it moves all the way along the spice route. So it's really an interesting story about it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can start to open the questions related with the Pak Siti presentations. Any question from the participant? Not yet till now. Okay. waiting for participant questions, I think it's better for me to ask you several things related to moringa. So, is there any, I mean, in Nigeria, on other area in Africa, is it popular among African farmers to grow and develop a moringa in intensive farming, or just planting, just planting in combined with other main crop or etc.? It's common, or yeah. Sorry.
The main crop from Africa,
Mhm.
moringa is excluded. You know, it's not included in the, because it's a tree. You know, you plant it in their land, and they will grow eventually. But they're really depending on the first. They're really depending, people in Nigeria, is cocoa, you know, the chocolate. And the second one is, what I see from my point of view, is coffee. And so moringa is the third option if they want to, for the local smallholders to plant in their own plots. You know, it's the same case in Indonesia, and I think it's the same case in more of the southern hemisphere countries. So the local smallholder communities, they own really small plots. The maximum is 3 hectares of land. And the major corporation, they own more the land. They is the same case, and they plant palm oil. So what they did in Nigeria and also in Benin, so what they did, these farmers, they work in the palm oil industry, and once in a while, and during the weekends, they come to the land and they will cultivate and also harvest the plants that they have, like cocoa, avocado, and also moringa. It's not really 100% livelihood impact from their financial profit. So what or not. And the findings from the professor, also first slide, was to identify the SWOT analysis. It's really from the SWOT analysis for the moringa itself. It's really potential, yeah, but it needs to be supported, and it also need to be invested from the banking and also from the research, and also involvement of the youth, and also from the academia world, to to promote single entity of moringa as their local value. That's the case.
Okay, thank you, Pak Siti. One question from Bumaya Melati. So, she mentioned about how is cultivation technique in Africa. Somewhat the same with previous question from me. And then, is there any extensions for farmers? And do the farmers cultivate the moringa organically? And how tall they keep the trees in the central Java? The plant are kept as a shrub to make the harvest easy.
So how's the cultivation technique? So what I see there, it's like the length. It's 3, yeah, most you can, it depends on the age. But when I see there, when I came there, it's like most the tallest what I saw is 3 meters. That's really tall, but it's not that tall. But when you harvest it, it's mostly you can use it by hand, and it's a tree. But the most of them is like, it's up the chest. It's not that high, so they can, like a tea, they can pluck it and then so on. And the second one, is there any extension of for farmers? Yeah, farmers extension there is. There are many non-profit organizations. What I did also in my non-profit in Adi Africa, so we support the local farmers in Moringa. So we give them insight and training and capacity building for Director of Agriculture for that nonprofit is doing. So we teach them online, offline. We have agents. We have things that related can support their interest from Moringa. And the third one is how tall they keep the trees. Well, it's a tree. They keep it so tall as possible, but it cannot grow big as a cassia tree. So it's really like this. Yeah, yeah, that type. And in Central Java, no, I've not. I didn't have the luxury to came to Central Java and did the research for Moringa, but I'm willing to go if you invite me. And yes, absolutely can be potential. So I'm also invited actually in November this year to go to Bali to support the Bali project for Moringa, but I'm still afraid of going to Indonesia because of I have this thing phobia, to be locked down in a room for 5 days. I cannot, that's the thing with me. So Bali have to wait for the Moringa project. And the fourth, the plants are kept as shrubs to make the harvest easy. The goats can become fat and also good for them. Maybe that's it.
And one more question from Putri Budianti. Has your team done research on the impact moringa for health and medicine?
Yes, we did. So in our department in plant and crops, as a team, I'm in charge of the economic value for the post-production. And there's also a team that conduct the research on the impact of the healthcare. But, as a team in the department, we need still to collaborate with other university because that's not my strength. I'm not a doctor in human immunity or healthcare. We needs to collaborate. Still ongoing project, and we are welcome to involve more researcher for the specific plant and crops. Okay, and the last one, please fill this. Oh, that's another question. Okay.
Okay, Pak. Any question from others, from participants? Yeah, as we know in Indonesia, kelor or moringa are also very popular among us, right? Because traditionally for the Muslim, we also use the moringa to be a material that can be used to clean up. And when we wash the dead people, and then we use the water and also combine with the moringa, etc. So in Muslim, we believe that it can reduce, it can move the I don't know how we call the gross, etc., etc. So that kind of the moringa is very popular among us in Indonesia because of that things, yeah. And also we have information that the moringa also provides such kind of opportunity to be such kind of medicine for I don't research maybe COVID, and also tumor, etc. in Indonesia. So based on that, many people in Java consume the moringa naturally without any without any information in detail related with how much dosage should be, etc., etc. So I think,
I agree.
I think this is more important.
If I may add, with the situation in Indonesia, that's the thing, there's a Balitro and so on from Ministry of Agriculture and also the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. What they need to do, the first case for identifying the plants and crop is to know where it goes to the ministry. Because like moringa, it's a tree. I mean, it's a plant and then it's becoming tree. You can meet it in local in the local garden from the community, but it can also meet in the mentioned or said or I stated which ministry is controlling or advocating the plant, so it can be clear. That's the first thing. And the second one, I think in Indonesia, the situation, they need to really focus if they want to accelerate a specific research. So let's say, let's create a Moringa project nationwide. You know, it's become a national interest for the plant because it can boost your immune, it can boost your healthcare and so on. So it really needs a really focused and integrated research, science, business flow, and so on. And it eventually can become a prominent feature for Indonesian as this is our plant. You know, one of the thing with moringa and also other plants, it's all connected. You know, if you talk about the geographical point of view, like you mentioned before, the plants, like let's say for the cinnamon, you know, Indonesia is endemic for cinnamon called cinnamon burmani. That's my basic research. But there's also cinnamon burmani that grows in Philippines and to Hawaii itself. So it really needs to be boosted as there. That is our plant. You know, the thing is, you need to have like a saying of ownership. That's the word. Indonesia need to have ownership of a plant. In there isn't. Let's say like palm oil itself. They say, yeah, it's Indonesian palm oil, but eventually the plant itself, it came from Congo.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
that's the thing with Indonesia, ownership. Indonesia must have ownership of something.
Yeah.
Besides of rendang and nasi uduk and so on, you know, you need to have the ownership of something.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, one more question from me. Still, we are waiting question from the participants. Is there when you develop and growth of moringa in Nigeria or other areas, did the farmers found such kind of problem related to the pests and diseases on that?
Yeah, indeed. So one of the things that I found for the pest and disease, and also related on the germs and so on, and the fungus and so on, in Indonesia, which is jangkrik.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they eat it because it's really delicious, and also diseases not that much because the bacteria doesn't like it. But also there's also the problems with goats. They eat it also. So if a farmer comes in the morning and say, "Oh, where's my moringa?" There are goats eating your moringa leaves there. So it's it's quite funny when I came there. So it's and in Africa case, don't worry if you have limitation with your English language, because they also have your English is the same like their English. So it's like it's a mutual understanding, you know. And if you tell them, I was conducting a workshop in I think in March or something with them, so they are really 100%. They understand me what I'm. It's okay. Please come to Africa.
Yeah. As you mentioned, jangkrik is most popular pest or diseases, pest in moringa, right, in Nigeria?
One of them. It's because of the season, yeah. So it's depend on the season. So now I've been there conducting research only for 2 months. And the pests and diseases that I look and then I identified was the jangkrik. But there's also, depending on the season, there's and when it came, it was in rainy season. Yeah, it's January. It's rainy, but it's not like heavy rain like in Indonesia. But there are many jangkriks at that point, and they were eating the leaves and so on. But yeah, that's the thing that I just found there.
Because when I check from your image, from your photo, I I found there is no disease, there is no symptom. As I saw that one in the leaf. So the leaf is so clean. There is no symptom related to the disease.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. So I'm not qualified as a researcher to speak about diseases because it's not my strength of academia sector. So if I put something in the presentation which is I'm not fully understanding, I won't put it because it needs to be scientifically proven.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Okay, Pak Sidi. So I think very interesting commodity that you already present. Moringa is very popular among us right now, and I do hope we can do research collaboration on that commodities, hopefully, because as we know that now the price of moringa becomes higher and higher, right?
Yeah.
And higher. Not only Indonesia, I think in the worldwide also, the price of moringa become higher. So I think it's better for us to
Indeed.
Yes, it's better for us to develop the research collaboration for several aspects. Of course, in case of Faculty of Agriculture, we have experiences in several aspects in agriculture. So, but if you need to develop others, it's not only in agriculture aspect, it's better for us to invite another researcher from multidisciplinary to be the member in the collaborations. Okay.
Yeah. So
I think,
I've also heard that Brawijaya University is going to have an MOU with Ghent University really soon.
Yeah.
So I hope it can become one of the projects that we can do in 2022.
Okay.
Besides of the spices, but also moringa and also whatever kind of crops that is really impactful for the humanity and also for the science itself.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Sidi. Thank you for your interesting topic. So I think it's time for us to finalize, to finalize these sessions. And please wait, Pak Sidi. We will give you a certificate as the presenter in these sessions. Okay, this certificate for you, Pak Sidi. Thank you so much for your very great presentations. We hope that moringa become most popular in Indonesia. And
we will. We will.
And we are waiting to keep in touch with you and also create a collaboration with Ghent University. Yeah, and to realize in 2002 we will have a research focus on moringa, not only in other commodities but also in moringa.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak Sidi. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much for participants.
Sami-sami.
We join in the sessions. Matur nuwun, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and see you in the next meeting. Thank you so much. I'll give it this time to Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Agus and also Mr. Sidi for a good presentation and also discussions. It was really amazing and insightful presentations and also discussions. Okay, so this is the end of the second session of the invited speaker presentations. It means that we will have the parallel sessions. But before we have the parallel sessions, I want to inform all the participants that we will have a break for around 1.5 hours. And we will start the parallel session at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay, so and then this is only a friendly reminder for all the participants and also presenter, especially that you have to prepare your presentation for the parallel session. So I think that's all. Let's have a break and then let's meet again after the break in the main room. Thank you.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern, termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai Workplace Entrepreneurial University, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepake banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan, terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya, malah ada liftnya, dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, building up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan hama dan penyakit tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan hama dan penyakit tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan sosial ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh BAN PT dan program studi di sarjana yang telah tersertifikasi AUN-QA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20 laboratorium keilmuan, 3 laboratorium lapang. Hutan pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554 hektar, Agroteknopark Kebun Jati Kerto untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas pertanian dataran rendah, Agroteknopark Kebun Janggar untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas dataran tinggi, Kebun Percobaan Jatimulyo untuk kegiatan urban farming, serta memiliki ruang kelas untuk proses pembelajaran. Fakultas Pertanian bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pertanian yang profesional, kompeten, beretika, serta memiliki etos kerja yang tinggi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FEB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan lembaga kedaulatan mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis bersikap pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Underutilized Crop Research Center. UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is one of the lecturer and student research activity units that focus on underutilized or neglected plant species, or often indigenous ancient crop species which are still used at some level within the local, national or even international communities, but have the potential to contribute further to the food source mix than they currently do. Steps are needed to promote UC through various media in order to provide an optimal role. Communities and local wisdom help to the preservation and availability of these underutilized and neglected commodities. The availability of potential and prospective customers also promotes the commodities business's spirit, ensuring that it is constantly available in limited quantities and quality. Several underused and neglected resources have recently emerged as prospective export commodities for a number of nations. The original old plant species that are still used to some degree in local, national, or even worldwide communities but have the potential to contribute more to the food source mix than they do today are plant species that are often underutilized or neglected. The importance of these underutilized and neglected commodities requires exchanging information on various related aspects: genetic preservation, plant breeding, aspects of plant cultivation, industrial needs, socioeconomic problems, and the role of mass media supported by information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crops. On the one hand, because of its economic value and industrial needs, this underutilized and neglected plant exists and is being developed prospectively. On the other hand, its existence is threatened if its importance, uses, and potential are not introduced. It is hoped that solutions for the development of underutilized and neglected plants. UCRC Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is expected to be used as a place to exchange information about various aspects related to underutilized crops, starting from its potential, aspects of cultivation, industry, socio-economics to the role of mass media and information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crop so that underutilized crop becomes more efficient and can support the community's economy.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri. menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern, termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai world-class entrepreneurial university, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepake banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan, terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya? Malah ada liftnya, dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, holding up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan hama dan penyakit tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan sosial ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh Ban PT dan program studi di sarjana yang telah tersertifikasi AUN-QIA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20 laboratorium keilmuan, 3 laboratorium lapang. Hutan pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554 hektar, Agroteknopark Kebun Jati Kerto untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas pertanian dataran rendah, Agroteknopark Kebun Janggar untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas dataran tinggi, Kebun Percobaan Jatimulyo untuk kegiatan urban farming, serta memiliki ruang kelas untuk proses pembelajaran. Fakultas Pertanian bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pertanian yang profesional, kompeten, beretika, serta memiliki etos kerja yang tinggi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FPUB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis bersikap pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Underutilized Crop Research Center. UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is one of the lecture and student research activity units that focus on underutilized or neglected plant species, are often indigenous ancient crop species which are still used at some level within the local, national or even international communities, but have the potential to contribute further to the food source mix than they currently do. Steps are needed to promote UC through various media in order to provide an optimal role. Communities and local wisdom help to the preservation and availability of these underutilized and neglected commodities. The availability of potential and prospective customers also promotes the commodities business's spirit, ensuring that it is constantly available in limited quantities and quality. Several underused and neglected resources have recently emerged as prospective export commodities for a number of nations. The original old plant species that are still used to some degree in local, national, or even worldwide communities but have the potential to contribute more to the food source mix than they do today are plant species that are often underutilized or neglected. The importance of these underutilized and neglected commodities requires exchanging information on various related aspects: genetic preservation, plant breeding, aspects of plant cultivation, industrial needs, socioeconomic problems and the role of mass media supported by information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crops. On the one hand, because of its economic value and industrial needs, this underutilized and neglected plant exists and is being developed prospectively. On the other hand, its existence is threatened if its importance, uses, and potential are not introduced. It is hoped that solutions for the development of underutilized and neglected plants. UCRC Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is expected to be used as a place to exchange information about various aspects related to underutilized crops starting from its potential, aspects of cultivation, industry, socioeconomics to the role of mass media and information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crop so that underutilized crop becomes more efficient and can support the community's economy.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, naskah sarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern. termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai Workplace Entrepreneurial University, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepake banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan, terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya? Malah ada liftnya. Dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, holding up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan Sosial Ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh Ban PP dan program studi di sarjana yang telah tersertifikasi AUM-QA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20 laboratorium keilmuan, 3 laboratorium lapangan. Hutan pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554 hektar, Agroteknopark Kebun Jati Kerto untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas pertanian dataran rendah, Agroteknopark Kebun Janggar untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas dataran tinggi, Kebun Percobaan Jatimulyo untuk kegiatan urban farming, serta memiliki ruang kelas untuk proses pembelajaran. Fakultas Pertanian bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pertanian yang profesional, kompeten, beretika, serta memiliki etos kerja yang tinggi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FPUB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis bercita pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Underutilized Crop Research Center, UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is one of the lecturer and student research activity units that focus on underutilized or neglected plant species, or often indigenous ancient crop species which are still used at some level within the local, national or even international communities, but have the potential to contribute further to the food source mix than they currently do. Steps are needed to promote UC through various media in order to provide an optimal role. Communities and local wisdom help to the availability of these underutilized and neglected commodities. The availability of potential and prospective customers also promotes the commodities business's spirit, ensuring that it is constantly available in limited quantities and quality. Several underused and neglected resources have recently emerged as prospective export commodities for a number of nations. The original old plant species that are still used to some degree in local, national, or even worldwide communities but have the potential to contribute more to the food source mix than they do today are plant species that are often underutilized or neglected. The importance of these underutilized and neglected commodities requires exchanging information on various related aspects: genetic preservation, plant breeding, aspects of plant cultivation, industrial needs, socioeconomic problems, and the role of mass media supported by information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crops. On the one hand, because of its economic value and industrial needs, this underutilized and neglected plant exists and is being developed prospectively. On the other hand, its existence is threatened if its importance, uses, and potential are not introduced. It is hoped that solutions for the development of underutilized and neglected plants. UCRC Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is expected to be used as a place to exchange information about various aspects related to underutilized crops, starting from its potential, aspects of cultivation, industry, socioeconomics to the role of mass media and information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crop so that underutilized crop becomes more efficient and can support the community's economy.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern, termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai world-class entrepreneurial university, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepake banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan, terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya? Malah ada liftnya, dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, holding up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan Sosial Ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh Bank PT dan program studi di sarjana yang telah bersertifikasi AUN-QA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20
我这没有摄像头，读不了。
3 laboratorium lapangan.
我在想我在哪里去读？你去那个找不到地方的话，去谢老师那里读嘛，他那个有摄像头。我电脑上面有摄像头，就是觉得那个学习是有点的。
那Pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554
没事啊，那我打在你脖子里。对，那我这个没有声音，很奇怪。
untuk
是耳机的问题。
budidaya komoditas pertanian
是耳机吗？
Agrotechnopark kebincangan.
可以了，可以了，果然是
budidaya
换他了。
komoditas sejahtera.
你可以按照我们这里没关系吧？那我等会拿过来。打扰了。没事，我觉得他这样可以通过。
Kegiatan urban farming.
要不好累眼睛啊。对对，这个看的要轻松一点啊。好，好的，那你先拿。
Sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FPUB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis ketika pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Or efficiency of breeding programs yet in university or classroom. Mutation induction can be done by using gamma rays mutagen in combination with the use of the drought tolerant mutant can be obtained by applying
Underutilized Crop Research Center, UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is one of the lecture and student research activity units that focus on underutilized or neglected plant species, or often indigenous ancient crop species which are still used at some level within the local, national or even international communities, but have the potential to contribute further to the food source mix than they currently do. Steps are needed to promote UC through various media in order to provide an optimal role. Communities and local wisdom help to the preservation and availability of these underutilized and neglected commodities. The availability of potential and prospective customers also promotes the commodities business's spirit, ensuring that it is constantly available in limited quantities and quality. Several underused and neglected resources have recently emerged as prospective export commodities for a number of nations. The original old plant species that are still used to some degree in local, national, or even worldwide communities but have the potential to contribute more to the food source mix than they do today are plant species that are often underutilized or neglected. The importance of these underutilized and neglected commodities requires exchanging information on various related aspects: genetic preservation, plant breeding, aspects of plant cultivation, industrial needs, socioeconomic problems, and the role of mass media supported by information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crops. On the one hand, because of its economic value and industrial needs, this underutilized and neglected plant exists and is being developed prospectively. On the other hand, its existence is threatened if its importance, uses, and potential are not introduced. It is hoped that solutions for the development of underutilized and neglected plants. UCRC Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is expected to be used as a place to exchange information about various aspects related to underutilized crops, starting from its potential, aspects of cultivation, industry, socio-economics, to the role of mass media and information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crop so that underutilized crop becomes more efficient and can support the community's economy.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern, termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai World-Class Entrepreneurial University, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepake banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan Terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya? Malah ada liftnya. Dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, holding up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan Sosial Ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh BAN PT dan program studi di sarjana yang telah tersertifikasi AUN-QIA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20 laboratorium keilmuan, 3 laboratorium lapang. Hutan pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554 hektar, Agroteknopark Kebun Jati Kerto untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas pertanian dataran rendah, Agroteknopark Kebun Janggar untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas dataran tinggi, Kebun Percobaan Jatimulyo untuk kegiatan urban farming, serta memiliki ruang kelas untuk proses pembelajaran. Fakultas Pertanian bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pertanian yang profesional, kompeten, beretika, serta memiliki etos kerja yang tinggi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FPUB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis ketika pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Underutilized Crop Research Center. UCRC, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is one of the lecturer and student research activity units that focus on underutilized or neglected plant species, or often indigenous ancient crop species which are still used at some level within the local, national or even international communities, but have the potential to contribute further to the food source mix than they currently do. Steps are needed to promote UC through various media in order to provide an optimal role. Communities and local wisdom help to the preservation and availability of these underutilized and neglected commodities. The availability of potential and prospective customers also promotes the commodities business's spirit, ensuring that it is constantly available in limited quantities and quality. Several underused and neglected resources have recently emerged as prospective export commodities for a number of nations. The original old plant species that are still used to some degree in local, national, or even worldwide communities but have the potential to contribute more to the food source mix than they do today are plant species that are often underutilized or neglected. The importance of these underutilized and neglected commodities requires exchanging information on various related aspects: genetic preservation, plant breeding, aspects of plant cultivation, industrial needs, socioeconomic problems, and the role of mass media supported by information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crops. On the one hand, because of its economic value and industrial needs, this underutilized and neglected plant exists and is being developed prospectively. On the other hand, its existence is threatened if its importance, uses, and potential are not introduced. It is hoped that solutions for the development of underutilized and neglected plants. UCRC Faculty of Agriculture, University of Brawijaya is expected to be used as a place to exchange information about various aspects related to underutilized crop, starting from its potential, aspects of cultivation, industry, socio-economics to the role of mass media and information technology in optimizing the role of underutilized crop so that underutilized crop becomes more efficient and can support the community's economy.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang berpengalaman mengajar dan meneliti di berbagai bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, budaya, dan humaniora, Universitas Brawijaya siap mengembangkan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berstandar internasional untuk menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing global. Untuk menunjang kompetensi dan keterampilan mahasiswa, Universitas Brawijaya menyediakan berbagai laboratorium dengan peralatan yang berteknologi canggih dan modern, termasuk laboratorium lapangan, sehingga budaya penelitian yang kuat terus berkembang ditandai dengan penemuan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi masyarakat luas. Karya ilmiah yang bermutu dan inovasi diciptakan Sivitas Akademika sebagai wahana pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Sebagai perwujudan komitmen sebagai Workplace Entrepreneurial University, berbagai sarana dan prasarana serta beragam wahana bagi berbagai aktivitas mahasiswa disediakan untuk menjamin terciptanya peserta didik yang unggul dan berprestasi. Banyak lulusan Universitas Brawijaya yang saat ini menempati posisi penting dan berkontribusi nyata di Indonesia maupun di tingkat internasional.
Dari pengajarnya dulu zaman saya kuliah banyak praktisinya, jadi saya ngerasa benar-benar kepakai banget, bukan cuma belajar teori tapi prakteknya kita dapat.
Dari pengalaman kuliah yang paling berkesan ya karena saya anak organisasi, jadi ya di kepanitiaan, terus saya di sana belajar tentang kepemimpinan.
Dulu yang depan saya itu Fakultas Peternakan, sekarang udah berapa lantai udah ya? Malah ada liftnya, dulu nggak ada.
Dengan semangat kami, Universitas Brawijaya akan menunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan yang berintegritas dan humanis, serta berada pada barisan terdepan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dengan bangga hati dan penuh percaya diri, lulusan Universitas Brawijaya siap menyongsong masa depan, holding up global future.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya. Fakultas ini memiliki 4 jurusan, yaitu jurusan Tanah. Bidang kajian di jurusan Tanah memfokuskan kelestarian lingkungan menuju terciptanya sistem pertanian yang berlanjut, manajemen kesuburan tanah dan ketersediaan sumber daya air bagi tanaman, serta manajemen sumber daya alam termasuk agroforestry dengan pendekatan ekologi ekonomi yang seimbang. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian. Jurusan Budidaya Pertanian mempelajari dan menerapkan cara-cara peningkatan produksi tanaman, serta perbaikan teknik budidaya tanaman secara berkelanjutan. Aspek yang dikaji yaitu genetik tanaman, fisiologi tanaman, penampilan fisik tanaman, dan kondisi iklim mikro dan makro di sekitar lingkungan tanaman. Jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan. Arah pengembangan keilmuan di jurusan HPT yaitu mengkombinasikan IPM, ICM, dan ISM untuk mewujudkan sistem pertanian berlanjut. Selain itu, jurusan Hama dan Penyakit Tumbuhan juga mendukung program nasional Go Organik untuk menghasilkan produk pertanian sehat yang bebas bahan kimia sintetik berbahaya. Jurusan Sosial Ekonomi. Fokus bidang ilmunya yaitu analisa perkembangan ekonomi pertanian nasional dan dunia literasi keuangan, pemasaran, dan analisa perilaku konsumen. Interaksi sosial dengan masyarakat pedesaan serta komunikasi efektif dengan pelaku agribisnis untuk mengembangkan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Serta pasca sarjana. Kurikulum di pasca sarjana didesain khusus dengan kombinasi keilmuan berbasis kompetensi teori maupun terapan, sehingga sangat sesuai dengan kebutuhan para akademisi maupun para praktisi di sektor publik dan bisnis. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1960, saat ini Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 program studi dengan sebagian besar terakreditasi A oleh BAN PT dan program studi di sarjana yang telah tersertifikasi AUN-QIA. Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 15 pusat kajian, 2 jurnal terindeks Scopus, 20 laboratorium keilmuan, 3 laboratorium lapang. Hutan pendidikan UB Forest seluas 554 hektar, Agroteknopark Kebun Jati Kerto untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas pertanian dataran rendah, Agroteknopark Kebun Janggar untuk teknologi budidaya komoditas dataran tinggi, Kebun Percobaan Jatimulyo untuk kegiatan urban farming, serta memiliki ruang kelas untuk proses pembelajaran. Fakultas Pertanian bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pertanian yang profesional, kompeten, beretika, serta memiliki etos kerja yang tinggi sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat internasional dan berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat melalui penerapan iptek bidang pertanian berlanjut serta manajemen agribisnis. Untuk mewujudkan hal tersebut, maka kegiatan akademik di Fakultas Pertanian difokuskan pada topik unggulan pertanian berlanjut di kawasan tropis.
Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya berkomitmen untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi pertanian yang unggul, berstandar internasional, dan mampu berperan aktif dalam pengembangan iptek dan pengelolaan sumber daya alam yang berlanjut, serta pengembangan manajemen agribisnis. Untuk memperkuat jejaring pengembangan keilmuan, Fakultas Pertanian menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dalam bentuk student exchange dan juga magang internasional. Selain itu, Fakultas Pertanian juga memberikan semangat kepada mahasiswa untuk berwirausaha, serta kerjasama dengan lembaga internasional. Saat ini, Fakultas Pertanian berkonsentrasi untuk pengembangan pertanian terintegrasi dan lestari.
Dalam Fakultas Pertanian, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan ilmu terkait pertanian, akan tetapi banyak sekali ilmu yang ada di sini. Salah satunya yaitu melalui Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa atau yang biasa disingkat sebagai LKM FPUB. Tujuan dari LKM FPUB ada dua. Yang pertama itu mewujudkan Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Brawijaya seutuhnya. Yang kedua adalah terbinanya insan akademis pencipta pengabdi yang bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the International Conference on Empowering and Promoting of Underutilized Crops through Research Activity, AgroIndustry, Community Involvement, and Digital Technology. Like what mentioned previously, that we will step up to the next agenda, the parallel sessions, and these sessions will be led by our moderator today, Mrs. Iva Dewi Lestareningsih, SPM Agri-Science. And then before I give the floor to the moderator today, I just want to remind to all the presenters to kindly prepare for the presentations and also for the participants. This session also completed with the discussion, so please kindly prepare for the question as well. Okay, so we will go directly to the sessions. So I will give the time and floor to our moderator today, Mrs. Iva Dewi Lestareningsih. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are entering the parallel session of this seminar. My name is Iva Dewi Lestareningsih, and I will guide you all as moderator in this session. First of all, I would like to say thank you and big appreciation for all the presenters today who have been participated in this conference. We have 12 speakers in this session, and we will divide this session into two parts. Each part has 6 presenters who will present the material, followed by the question and answer session. Okay, for the first part, we have here Miss Pratanti Haksiwi Putri. Miss Putri, have you already joined?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have Miss Nuril Hidayati. Miss Nuril?
Yes, hello, all right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then the next presenter is Miss Yuliasti.
Yes.
Miss Yuliasti, okay.
Yes, I am here.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Then the next one is Mr. Kian Zhang. from Bio-Industri, Mr. Kian Zhang. Have you already joined? Okay, maybe Mr. Kian Zhang will join later. We will wait. And then we have Miss Du Chiali from Bio-Industri as well. Miss Du Chiali, have you already joined? Okay. The last speaker is Miss Maya Melati. The rule is that each presenter has 10 minutes to bring the presentation, followed by the next speakers. For the audience who have questions, please send your question in the chat room, but from Zoom or YouTube link. Don't forget to write your name and institution and for whose speaker your question is intended. Or maybe later you can raise your hand when the discussion session is begin. Okay, we come for the first speaker, Miss Pratanti Haksiwi Putri. Miss Putri is come from Indonesian Legume and Tuber Crops Research Institute. The title will be Diversity of Agronomic Characters of Pigeon Pea or Kajanus kajan Genetic Resources. The presentation has already recorded, and for the video operator, please help to start the video of Miss Putri.
Hello everyone, my name is Pratanti Haksiwi Putri from Indonesian Legume and Tuber Crop Research Institute. Thank you for the time. I would like to present our paper about diversity of agronomic characters of pigeon pea, Kajanus kajanus genetic resources. Pigeon pea in Indonesia is known as kacang kaju in Javanese, kacang hiris in Sunda, and kakace or undis in Bali. Pigeon pea potential as food ingredients, including substitution of soybean in the manufacture of soy sauce, vegetable, and raw tempe raw material. Gilletry collected 72 accessions of pigeon pea, which are classified as potential legume commodity. The utilization of pigeon pea germplasm in breeding program and food processing is still limited because of not widely known. Identification and evaluation need to be carried out for further breeding activities. The results of character identification can be used as material for grouping germplasm collections so that superior characters are clearly met. The objective of this study was to classify 60 accessions of pigeon pea genetic resources collection from Gilletry. The study was conducted in Munung River Station, Probolinggo, East Java, Indonesia, during dry season 2015. The materials were 60 accessions of pigeon pea from Gilletry's collection. Observations, including morphological and agronomic characteristics, were carried out following pigeon pea descriptor from IBPGR. Meta-analysis consists of descriptive analysis, principal component analysis, and cluster analysis were carried out using the Meta program version 14 on the observed data. This is the result. In table 1, know that 16 accessions of pigeon pea had that of flowering in range of 8 until 16-9 days after sowing, that of maturity in range of 86 until 119 day after sowing. This is the histogram, and 17 accessions had date of flowering about 62 day after sowing. Well, in date of maturity, we know that 27 accession was maturing at about 97 until 103 day after sowing. In plant height, we have a range of 71.2 until 151.8 centimeter, and 16 accession had plant height about 121, I think, until 139 maybe centimeter in plant height. In 100 seed weight, 16 accession of pigeon pea had in range of 8.4 until 12.6 gram, with the average was 10 gram in 100 seed weight. While for seed yield per plot, the 16 accessions of pigeon pea had a range of 700 gram until 2.3 kilogram, with 1.4 kilogram for the average, and the yield in ton per hectare, they had 7 quintal until 2.3 yield in ton per hectare, with the average was 1.4 ton per hectare. This is the histogram about seed yield per plot and yield in ton per hectare. So we know that 100.4 was the average for this character, while for yield in ton per hectare, we also have 1.4 ton per hectare for the was the most value for yield. Based on correlation analysis, we know that the highest value, correlation value, was 0.99 between seed yield per plot and yield in ton per hectare, and the second is 0.84 between plant height and pot bearing length. So pot bearing length is the position of the pot in the stem, the length of pot bearing in pigeon pea stem. So from this correlation matrix, we know that seed yield per plot was the most important character for yield in ton per hectare. And also we know that plant height was the most important character for pot bearing length. Principal component analysis result show that diversity of the data was explained by 8 main components that explain 76.7% of the data variability. This is the cumulative presentation. 76.7% of the data variability was explained by 8 main components. Based on principal component analysis, we conducted cluster analysis, and the results show that 60 accession of pigeon pea from elytris germplasm collection could be grouped into 4. The group 1 consists of 1 accession, group 2 consists of 3 accessions, group 3 consists of 5 accessions, and the biggest one, group 4, consists of 51 accessions. This is the character and the mean of each group. The mean from this character in each group. From the result, we conclude that pigeon pea accession show diversity of quantitative character observed. Diversity of data was explained by 8 main components, explained 76.7% of the data variability. 60 accessions of pigeon pea from elytris germplasm collection could be grouped into 4, contain of 1, 3, 5, and 51 accessions each. And we recommend that this research need to be continued with the characterization of the content of compound in plant organs that are often used, such as leaves and seed, related to the potential use of pigeon pea in the food and health sector. The authors thank the Indonesian Legume and Tuber Crop Research Institute and Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development for providing budget of this research or as a funder. And also we also thanks to Field Assistant in Munong Research Station. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the first presenters. But before we continue the presentations, I would like to say welcome to Professor Patrick van Damme from Prague University of Life Sciences. Good morning, good afternoon, Professor.
Good morning.
It's nice to see you today. So we are now in the parallel sessions of the presentations, and we will listen to the presenters' presentations.
Okay.
Yeah, Prof.
I will try and continue
Yeah.
to join. I have to go and see some medical doctor in an hour's time, but before and after that, I'll be back. I'll be with you.
Okay, but before Prof. Patrick, do you have something to say to us related to the topics of today's international conference?
Well, basically, I'm pretty glad that you have this kind of conference on now. Some of you who may know me may know that indeed, I think I myself, and then together with Celia and some others, we have been working on the thematic of the underutilized species, plant species. I think in the presentation that I prepared, and also because it was suggested that I would say something on Africa, I've been working a lot in Africa, but of course, the same problematic or maybe solution to some of the problems is also valid and occurs in Asia. And I think that you in Indonesia, for one, are very, very well placed to indeed engage in a development of underutilized species. You have a huge variety of species that have potential. If I only take the pepper group, the pepper in Latin, the genus, it has more than 1,000 species, and a lot of them have Piper nigrum-like, black pepper-like characteristics and properties. And in some cases, these other alternative species, they are much richer than even the Piper nigrum. So I think that there is an enormous scope for developing new crops out of these interesting species. And of course, a huge scope for developing value chains that will be to the benefit of small farmers, be they remote, be they close to cities. In the case of pepper, for instance, for me, this is a good example of a high value, low volume crop. So 1 kilo will already earn you a lot of money, and it can be done in a sustainable way. By the way, excuse me, but we are refurbishing.
Okay, so thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Professor, for your statements. We do hope that you can come to Indonesia someday in the future, and we can do some collaborations in the topic of the research. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Patrick, for your statements for today. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the parallel sessions, and I will give the floor again to our moderator today, Mrs. Eva. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Thank you also for Professor Patrick that also have the same experience, many experience about the underutilized crop. Okay, we now come to the second presenter. The presentation will be delivered by Ms. Hidayati with the title Promoting Foxtail Millet Setaria in Indonesia. Ms. Hidayati is come from Indonesian Research Center for Biology, National Research and Innovation Agency. So let's start to see the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is about promoting foxtail millet in Indonesia. Foxtail millet is one of neglected and underutilized species. In Indonesia, foxtail millet is stated in Government Regulation Number 22/2009 about food diversification. As local-based food diversification, it's stated in West Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, Papua, Maluku, East Nusa Tenggara, and also Riau. As an ancient and heritage food, it's also crafted in Borobudur Temple relief. Neglected and underutilized species is defined as agricultural species that are not among the major staple crops. There are some important characteristics that make NUS special and important in agricultural biodiversity that need to be conserved and promoted to poor and marginal areas. One is adapted to local suboptimum environments. Secondly, nutrient dense that could be useful in diversifying diets in poor rural communities. And thirdly, scientific information and knowledge about NUS are scanty. Objectives. The current research is a sequential research project on foxtail millet as potentially healthy food to be developed in marginal areas. The aim is to evaluate the potency of foxtail millet and to promote its development for supporting food security in marginal land. Methods. The sequel of the research includes exploration, study on morphological, physiological, agronomical to improve yield and adaptability, evaluation on nutritional quality as food, provide a wider genetic variation by creating mutation and promoting its cultivation and product creation to local communities. The project was conducted in 2015 to 2019. Exploration for germplasm was conducted in West Sulawesi, East and Central Java, Sumba Island, and Buru Island. The research of physiology, agronomy, nutrition, and adaptability was mainly carried out in the field, greenhouse, and laboratories of the Center for Biology. Pilot project for cultivation and product creation and dissemination to local communities was conducted in Banyudono Village, Dukun Subdistrict, Magelang. Results. Exploration. Exploration of Setaria had been conducted in several areas where they still be cultivated and consumed by local people. At least 20 genotypes have been collected and conserved at Research Center for Biology. It was found that there are some genetic variation with different characteristics of panicle and seed. Some genotypes are wild found and some others have been cultivated and consumed by local communities such as Kolman kuning genotype, Kolman merah, biru kuning, biru merah, and gambar manis. Nutritional quality. Setaria is rich in nutrients for human dietary, which contain carbohydrates of about 74%, protein about 10%, lipid about 3%, calcium about 3%, and rich in vitamin B and minerals. Amino acid content of Setaria, both essential and non-essential, appear to be higher than that of other crops such as Coix lacrima or Angeli and brown rice. Physiological and agronomical characteristics and adaptability. Gamma ray induced mutant and respond to water shortage. It was found that the optimal radiation dose for foxtail millet is 25 gray. Radiation dose greater than 100 gray did not seem recommended for foxtail millet. Drought treatment by reducing watering interval up to 6 days has no significant effect on decreasing growth and production. Watering every 2 days seems to be the optimum for plant growth and production. Mutation by gamma ray in particular level seems possible to improve the plant towards drought resistance. Gamma ray induced mutant and response to fertilizer. Based on the result of this study, radiation treatment for inducing mutation with a dose greater than 100 gray and application of double dose of fertilizer is not recommended for foxtail millet. Gamma ray induced mutant in response to reduce light intensity. Radiation dose up to 550 gray can be used to improve the adaptation of the superior foxtail millet genotype towards shading. Mutants of 25 gray and 50 gray were able to maintain their production up to 55 seeds. Mutants of 25 gray and 50 gray are recommended to improve adaptability of foxtail millet to low light intensity, promoting cultivation and creation of marketable products to local communities. Research Center for Biology in 2018 and 2019 introducing foxtail millet cultivation to local community of Banyudono village, Magelang, Central Java. Pilot project, which include cultivation, post-harvest handling, processing to various types of culinary making, had been promoted. Foxtail millet is an easy grow. Early mature plant, age of about 3 months, can be harvested with a high potential for seed production of about 4 tons per hectare. Conclusion. Foxtail millet is proven to have wide genetic variation, which is very important for agricultural sustainability. Foxtail millet is highly nutritious and healthy dietary, contains high in carbohydrate, relatively low fat, low gluten, high calcium, vitamins, and amino acids. Foxtail millet has considerably good adaptability to suboptimum environments such as water shortage and low light intensity. Foxtail millet is highly acceptable by local communities and has a potential to be developed as an alternative source of human dietary acknowledgement. This research was supported by DIPA project of Research Center for Biology, Indonesian Institute of Sciences. We thank to local authorities and local communities of Magelang district, especially Banyudono village, for their warm and fruitful collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation from our second presenter. The next, we have Miss Yuliasti. Miss Yuliasti come from National Nuclear Energy Agency, Batan, Indonesia. In this time,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the committee. My name is Yuliasti. I am from Sirabatan. I would like to presentation. The title of my presentation is Induction Mutation in in vitro selection to improve drought tolerance in soybean local variety. Introduction. Soybean is the most widely grown legume in the world and the fourth most important crop after wheat, maize, and rice. Soybean, as we know, is the source protein for human and livestock and biodiesel crop. However, soybean are sensitive to droughts. Drought cause significant yield production in soybean. It was estimated that about 40% soybean yield decrease was caused by drought stress. Developing cultivars which improve tolerance to drought stress is a solution to address this problem. Variety which is tolerant to drought is very limited. Tissue culture techniques, drought mutation induction, can use to increase the speed or efficiency of breeding programs, get a new diversity or germplasm. Mutation induction can be done by using gamma rays mutagen in combination with the use of growth regulator which have high activity such as 2,4-D, TDZ, and NAA. The drought tolerant mutant can be obtained by applying in vitro selection and selective gene of polyethylene glycol. This compound can be used for simulating drought condition at the field. The objective of present investigation to evaluate the ability of soybean mutant lines to induce callus using mature embryo culture and screening soybean mutant line and 1V2 for drought tolerant under in vitro condition using PAG 1000. PAG 6000. Methods. The local variety of grobogan seed we irradiated using gamma rays, which dose 300 gray, and then the mature embryo from seed we culture for induced somatic embryo in media for 1 month. After we take the embryo somatic and we transfer to the media solution contain PAG. After 1 month explant in the medium PAG, and we transfer to the recovery media for 1 month. After that, we transfer the explant to the media for rooting, and then after that we acclimatization, and then we count the root length and plant height, and how many number of the plant, and then after that we acclimatization in the greenhouse. After that, we have got the mutant, 4 mutant, and we planted in the poly bags. Now we have got the mutant from selection drought tolerant. According to determine sensitive genotype agents to drought, we use the formula proposed by Fisher and Moore, 1978. Statistic analysis of the means and one-way analysis of variance was conducted. Significant difference among population means were compounded by least significant different LSD test using statistical analysis of SAS. Jadi SAS. Effect of table 1 show that effect of PAG concentration and genotype survive on media after 1 month's culture on media PAG. We take that number of somatic embryo is the same with the parents and drought tolerant variety under the PAG 20% condition. Number of shoot, mutant length and root length, mutant length of the number of shoot, root length, and plant height of shoot is significantly higher compared the parent and the variety of national control drought tolerant daring. Next. Table 2, effect of the PAG concentration and genotype survival on media recovery after 1 month's culture on media recovery. We take the mutant line 3GRB, the variable number of plantlet, root length, and plant height is significantly higher compared than parent and national control drought variety daring. In table 3, the performance plan from acclimatization. So we got that mutant line is higher than variable number of plant, root length plants, and the height plants is significant higher compared the parents Grobogan variety and national control variety of drought daring. So the mutant line is, we have got the tolerant. And then based on the sensitive index, we have got the mutant line tolerant to drought compared the parent and daring. Table 5, we've got the mutant line of 3GRB, number of plant, root length, plant height is tolerant compared to the GRB Grobogan variety as a parent, and DB daring variety is the national control of drought tolerant. And table 6 is the variable number of plantlet, root length, plant height. The mutant line is tolerant compared the parent Grobogan variety, Grobogan local variety, and then national control of drought tolerance is daring. The conclusion. The results show that the interaction between genotype and PAG show that mutant GB had height, length, root, plant height significant compared than local Grobogan variety as a parent and national control tolerant under drought tolerant, which means the PAG 20%. Mutant length 3GB tolerant based on variable number of plant root length and tolerant based on sensitive index. Next. Conclusion. Concentration 20% PAG, 6,000 supplement medium could be used to effectively select and regenerate drought-tolerant plants. The mutant Grobogan irradiated local variety at 300 gray had highest number of somatic embryo plant under plantlet and plant under PAG 20%. Based on the data research, mutation induction combined with in vitro selection can improve the genetic variable. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation from Ms. Yuliasti. If there are any question, I remind again, please post it in the chat room, but in Zoom or YouTube channel, we have been provided. Don't forget to write your name and who speaker you attended for your question. We now come for the next presenter. There is Mr. Kian Zhang. Mr. Kian Zhang is come from Wizo University. The presentation title will be Taxonomic and Phylogenetic Studies of Polytotrichum on Medicinal Plants in Southwest China. Okay, not wait any longer. Here is the presentation.
Respectable professors, teachers, and students, I'm Zhang Qian from Guizhou University, China. My speech title is Phylogenetic Analysis and Morphology of Clentrichum in Southwest China. My speech including 4 sections. As we know, Clentrichum is one of the most commonplace phytopathology. In Damme's paper, he regards Clentrichum as the world top 10 phytopathogenic fungal rectates, and the genus caused significant damage to many important cash crops, such as maize, apple, blueberry, chili, mango, and so on. We know accurate species delineation is crucial, especially among plant percentages genus. In biodiversity, personality-related character and quarantine measures. Well, you can see here, have 939 records of Clentrichum in index fungal rule, and up to 14 different markers have been used for species identification in Clentrichum. Especially, there are more than 11 genes used to species identification in the Glaspori audience species complex. It is impractical in terms of time and cost. Then, how can we accurately identify species in Clentrichum? During 2017 to 2019, we collected about 500 samples from Yunnan, Guangxi, Guizhou, and Sichuan province in southwest China. Most simple are plant disease simple, usually leaf disease. The symptom often sunken necrotic layer on leaves. We isolated 152 streams of clatter treacle. As you see, the different morphology of cnidia. Some have cylindrical with a round end, some covered, and some with at least one acute end. So we divided the streams into 6 different groups. We did a phylogenetic tree of ITS. It is found that the streams which cnidia have different morphology were clustered in different branches. You can see more than 50% of streams were in the classical Glaspore audience species complex. Then let me introduce it for you. First, we execute the phylogenetic tree based on 8 genes which were used in most of recent papers to identify species in this species complex. The phylogenetic tree shows our isolates are formed 11 taxa. 5 were clustered in known species, and 6 were formed distinct clade. The stream of salmons are more than other species. Then we compared the PCR application and parsimony information site, discovered the GAPDH and the APMAT gene have a higher PCR application rate and a more parsimony informative site. And the single gene chain of GS perform better, here not shown. So we execute a phylogenetic tree based on ITS, GAPDH, APMAT, and GSG. It shows that the topologic structure is similar with the 8 gene tree, and the combination can recognize all clade. We perform a pairwise homoplace index test to determine the recombination level of phylogenetically closely related species of 6 distinct clades. The results are all greater than 0.05. It means no significant recombination event, but one is clustered in known species. Then we compared the morphology, and the morphology just different in cnidia. Slightly wider than close species, so we thought it is a lower species. The morphology of next clade are similar to the close species, but they have large molecule difference with close one. The remaining 4 species are many different from neighborhood species in cnidia size and appreciable size. In summary, the present results suggest that classical salmons occur as a pathogen on a wide range of hosts and extensive occurrence in southwest China, consistent with the fact that classical salmons are often appear in tropical and subtropical regions, and is a common pathogen of many other plant species. Research for the single gene, the parsimony informative character Foundland, GPDH, APMET, and GS are almost the most than other gene for this group. And the combination of ITS, GPDH, APMET, and GSG is able to resolve all currently acceptable species in the glass pori audience species complex. So we recommend the 4G in sequence based on identification DNA barcode for distinguished species in glass pori audience species complex. We also suggest that the species systematic should be based on multi-gene phylogenetic compared with model specimen and in conjunction with the morphology and the PHI test. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the presentation from Ms. Kian Zhang. Very interesting topic. We have already listened. Now, the next speaker will be Ms. Du Chali from Guizhou University too. The presentation is about the histone deacetylase, a kind of enzyme, and its relation to the stress in sorghum. We'll see soon the complete presentation.
Respected professors, teachers, and classmates, I'm Du Qiaoli. My speech title is Histone Deacetylase SB-HDT Chinia in sorghum bacterial reverse functions in response to stress factors by enhancing circulation. I will make an introduction from the following 4 parts. 1. Background. Villa sorghum is a typical dry economic group with strong resistance to salt, alkaline, drought, and high temperature, and it is an important material for the liquor industry in our province, and important in poverty advocacy. Post-translational modification of protein plays an important role in various cellular processes in organisms, such as transcriptional regulation, stable metabolism, protein interaction, and single transduction interval. Circulation modification are the kind of post-translational modification of protein. It is important to the structure and function of protein. This picture shows a chemical equilibrium of protein association modification. Histone acylation can selectively neutralize the positive charge at the end of NTD, eliminated the positive charge on the alarming group, reducing the affinity with DNA, causing the nucleosome to become relaxed, to increase the activity of gene transcription, and histone deacylation, which is mainly inhibited the transcription. As a specific HDR subfamily of the HDAC, HDT chinia plays an important role in the response of plants to abiotic stress and passenger infection, for example, in rice and wheat. HDT chinia is mainly involved in foreign immunity and resistance to powder media. Therefore, what role does HDT chinia plays in the stress resistance process of sorghum? The second part, research purpose. In this study, the previous experimental data was used as a reference, and SB-HDT chinia was segregated out and analyzed for exploration. And to explore the growth of cellular core under stress conditions, the level of acylation modification of SPHDD chilia product under different sodium chloride and diameter concentrations. The third part, result and discussion. We cloned the HDD chilia gene and performed the real-time fluorescence quantitative analysis. The result showed that the SPHDD chilia has significant tissue specificity and under stimulated drought and salt conditions. SPHDD chilia is significantly upregulated. In the meantime, we expressed and purified the SPHDD chilia protein, and a large amount of protein was expressed at about 45 kDa. The findings provide a theoretical basis for future exploration of HDD chilia, design activity, antibody production, and perfection of protein interaction. In addition, we performed the support of SPHDD chilia under different concentrations of sodium chloride and diameter. They resulted showed that and sodium chloride treatment, the SPHDD chilia grew significantly faster than the culture cells and lot obvious under diameter. The above resulted showed that the SPHDD chilia could promote the growth of recommended cells under abartic stress. In order to study whether different concentrations of sodium chloride and diameter affect the circulation level of SPHDD chilia protein, we used anti-acylcycline antibody to perform the acylation. The result showed that under different stress treatment, multiple lysine acylation the protein bands was detected and compared with the culture group. Levels on the sodium chloride and diameter treatment groups were significantly higher. Therefore, under different stress conditions, expressing the SPHDD chilia could increase acylation modification levels in extracellular echo. The first part, concluding. 1. SPHDD chilia gene is upregulated under the salt and drought treatments. 2. SPHDD chilia can enhance the growth of extracellular core under stress conditions. 3. Under stress conditions, overexpression of SPHDD chilia increase protein acylation modification level. I have finished my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Now we come for the last presenter in this first part. There is Miss Maya Melati, who will present determination of potassium fertilizer rate for young okra fruit production. Ms. Maya Melati is come from Department of Agronomy and Horticulture, Faculty of Agriculture, IPB University Indonesia. So let's start to observing the presentation.
Good morning or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present our study with the title of Determination of K fertilizer rate for young okra fruit production. My name is Maya Melati, and our team is Gia Nisrin Asriani and Juang Gema Kartika. We come from the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture, Faculty of Agriculture, IPB University, Indonesia. And this is my email. The background of our study is okra is one of the vegetables found in Indonesia. However, not many people know about the okra yet. Generally, okra is consumed by its young pods, which have high fiber content and also contain lots of mucilage. Okra fruits contains water, protein, fat, carbohydrates, and calorie. The picture on the right-hand side, you see that there is the red okra and the green okra that we can find it in Indonesia. And then how can we consume the okra? We can consume fresh, or we can steam it, or we can cook it as curry, or also we can make it as tempura. Our previous study with the method of the -1 test, we want to know which nutrient determine most for the production of okra. So we test the N, P, and K. There is no significant difference about this treatment. However, we found that there is a tendency that without nitrogen or potassium, causing the lower values of the amount of okra fruit, leaf fresh and dry weight, fresh weight of young okra, and total phenol and total flavonoid of fruit. Therefore, for the study was conducted to determine the optimum dose of K fertilizer. Because we know that potassium plays an important role in enzyme activity, protein synthesis, photosynthesis, osmoregulation, stomata activity, energy transfer, and so on. The materials method for this experiment, the experiment was conducted in IPB experimental station, located about 166 meters above sea level, from November 2019 to March 2020. And we use red okra seed with Sahira variety. The fertilizer is co-manure, urea, SP 36, and potassium chloride. The experimental design is we use completely randomized block design with 1 factor and 4 replications. The treatment were 4 doses of K fertilizers, namely 0, 75, 150, and 225 kilogram of potassium chloride. Data were analyzed with ANOVA. The procedure of these experiments, we use the bed size is 1.5 meter times 8 meters, and we applied 5 tons of manure before the experiment began. The planting distance is 60 centimeters times to 25 centimeters. So for the experiments, we seed first, not directly use the seeds, because we want to sure that the materials are ready for planting. And this is the fertilizer we use. For the application of the fertilizer, we apply it 5 times before the planting, 15, 40, 65, and 90 days after planting. And harvest of young pods, we conducted 6 days after anthesis. So this is the field of the experiments, from the preparation to the plant's appearance. And this is the soil nutrients of the experimental site. With we measure on the soil acidity, organic carbon, and total, P available, potassium, P total, and K total. we make also observations on vegetative and generative phase of the plant's growth. For the vegetative phase, the dose of K fertilizer did not have a significant effect on each of the observation variables, except on plant heads at 30 weeks after planting. So this we see that the highest value is with the dose of 75 kilogram potassium chloride. The leaf number are not different also among the fertilizer dose. I just want to show you here that 6 weeks after planting is the time for plants to start flowering. And also there is increasing number of leaf until the age of 10. And then at the 13, this plants start decreasing the leaf number because some leaves are falling. The leaf area are not different also. I also highlight here at 6 weeks after planting, the leaf area increase quite high from the 4 weeks after planting. The plant weights are not different also. And also the nutrient content of leaves and P and K are not different among treatments. At the plant generative phase, we also did not find the differences among treatments. So the flowering is at 43 to 44 days after planting. So this is the flower of okra plants. And also the number of fruits are not different also. Although at the highest level of potassium chloride, just maybe about 1 fruit higher per plant compared with without fertilizer. So this is the nutrient content of fruit, about 3% of nitrogen, and also the calcium. We try to find the relationship between the fertilizer dose and the productivity, and there is a linear correlation between the dose and the productivity. So we come to the conclusion. With the soil nutrient status of the experimental site, the doses of K fertilizer had no significant effect on all variables, except on plant heights at 13 weeks after planting. The pattern of the relationship between the dose of K fertilizer and the fruit productivity showed a positive linear. It means that increase along with the increase in the dose of fertilizer given, so that the optimum dose could not be determined yet. We give the recommendation that the application of fertilizer should be given until 10 weeks, because then the flower formation start to decrease. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Melati, for the last presentation in this first part. Now, all the presentation have been delivered. We now come to the question and answer session. Please, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand to ask some question to the presenter. And maybe we can check first the question that has been delivered to the chat room. There is Mr. Hakim Kurniawan. The question is delivered to Ms. Pratanti. In the end of your presentation, you mentioned that PGNP accessions you observe in the research can be grouped into 4 groups based on morpho-agronomical characters. Which characters are supposed to be the most effect on that grouping? Miss Pratanti, maybe you can directly.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Answer.
So we observe both of the qualitative and quantitative characters, and the characters that most affected on that grouping are growth type, and then the pattern of petala, and also the seed shape from the pigeon tree.
Okay.
Is that clear, Mr. Hakim?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you for your question.
Okay, it is already answered the question. So we go to the next question. The question is from, please, operator. From Miss Melati to Miss Nurul Hidayati. But how far the use of foxtail millet as functional food like as sorghum?
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Melati. The question is how far is the use of foxtail millet as functional food like as sorghum? Actually, in some local communities, foxtail millet is still consumed as daily or occasional consumption, such as in Polewali Mandar, West Sulawesi. Foxtail millet, which is known as tareang, still has been consumed in special occasions, such as at birthday and traditional events, and also religious events, such as Maulid Nabi and so on. And in East Sumba, as we know, that foxtail millet is still consumed as daily consumption, as daily dietary besides rice, especially in marginal rural areas. And also in some parts of Indonesia, such as in Buru Island, in Selayar Island, foxtail millet is still consumed as traditional food, such as dodol and porridge. As well as in Central Java, we still found some, we call it traditional seller in traditional markets still sell foxtail millet porridge, and that is a very what we call it pleasing as a potential for foxtail millet to be promoted more widely, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Melati. What about Miss Hidayati? Are there any question again? Or enough?
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask more to Ibu Hidayati?
Okay, okay.
Yes, all right.
Okay.
Please, yes.
Yes. For example, sorghum now is promoted for diet. Yeah. And then how you can promote the foxtail millet? Is there any special, special characteristic of this millet, for example, for diet or something like it? As I heard from you that it's common food actually for some places, but sorghum now is promoted as a for diet food. So that's what I question. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Thank you. In our experience that we made dissemination in Central Java, in Magelang, that we promoted because foxtail millet is a heritage and is carved on the Borobudur relief, and then some authorities in Magelang has been determined that foxtail millet is become what we call it, heritage food. And then at that time, at that good moment, and we promoted that bakfil millet is can be created as traditional and modern culinary. That can be served in hotels, and we also collaborate with at least 2 hotels in Central Java. We cannot mention the name of the hotel, and then it's a very good acceptability of the people, the local communities. I think that is very promising as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Miss Melati, and also for Miss who served the answer. Now we have still time for this question and answer session in part 1. Maybe is there any question that can be provided for our speaker? You can raise your hand. No? Okay. Maybe we have to go to the next session. Maybe there will be many questions in the next part of this session. So we go to our speaker. There will be Miss Siti Fatima. Miss Siti Fatima, are you already joined in this seminar? Also, there will be Miss Junmei Jiang, Mr. Yuan Peng Fang, Mr. Muhammad Farhan, Miss Elina Mansah, and the last presenter will be Mr. Hakim Kurniawan. Still the same rule, 10 minutes for each presenter, and for audience, please prepare your question. And then for the first presenter, we have Miss Siti Fatima with the presentation titled Drought Tolerance Screening of Red Rice Land Races from Madura at Early Stage using PEG 6000. Please the video for the operator.
Well, my name is Siti Fatima and co-author Muhammad Safi'i, Ahmad Amseri, Yusi Purwaningsih. We are from Agro-Ecotechnology Study Program, Trunojoyo Madura University, Indonesia. We would like to present a current research, drought tolerance screening of red rice land race from Madura at early stage using PEG 6000. Next, introduction. Red rice cultivated in restricted area where they have cultural, ceremonial, and also used as traditional medicine. Red rice rich of protein, lipid, dietary fibers, mineral, vitamin, and phenolic as flavonoid. Flavonoid are proanthocyanidin, which are beneficial as antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, and also have immunomodulatory, anti-cancer, anti-thrombotic, and cardioprotective properties. Next. The aim of this research is to select drought-tolerant excision candidate of red rice derived from pure line selection at early stage using PEG 6000. Next. Material and methods. This research was conducted at Biotechnology Laboratorium Agro-Ecotechnology Study Program, Universitas Trunojoyo Madura during December 2019 to February 2020. 23 local accession from Madura derived from pure line selection were evaluated. 3 check were used, namely Salum Bikit, Cihirang, and IR20. Factorial randomized complete block design with 3 replication were used and using 2 factor. First factor was 2 level of PEG and the second factor was 26 genotype. Germinated seed were placed on Petri dish with 10 milli of PEG 25% as treatment and 10 milli distilled water as control. Each Petri dish contained 20 germinated seed. The observation variable were seminal root length, shoot length, seedling length, seminal root drainage, and shoot drainage. Next. Drought tolerance screening use drought sensitivity index or DSI. DSI will spirit genotype tested into 3 groups based on their score: tolerant, moderate tolerant, and susceptible. Next, data analysis. Data obtained in this experiment were subjected to analysis of variant. The DSI score among genotype tested were subjected to person correlation analysis to look at the correlation among DSI parameters. Principal component analysis was done to identify which DSI parameter contribute greatly to diversity. Dendrogram analysis was also used to clustering all genotype tested. Next, result and discussion. Table 1, effect PEG 6,025% on seminal root length and shoot length of red rice local Madura. PEG 6,025% treatment decrease all the growth parameters compared to control. There were 9 genotypes that had higher shoot length compared to tolerant check Salum Bikit. Next. Table 2. Drought sensitivity index of red rice local accession from Madura. There were 2 genotypes tolerant to drought. 17 genotypes were susceptible for genotype moderate tolerance. Next. Table 3. Correlation between DSI variables. Table 3 showed that DSI seminal root length was significantly positive correlated with all other DSI variables observed. This result indicated that the higher root length, the higher other DSI variable will be. DSI shoot length was not correlated with DSI shoot dry weight and DSI seminal root dry weight. Next. Table 4, principal component analysis of tested genotype based on DSI variable. The first 3 components explain 89% of the total variance. Table 4 showed that the DSI seminal root length, DSI seedling length, and DSI shoot length were important characters that contribute to the diversity response of genotype in PEG 6,000 treatment. Next, dendrogram of red rice local accession from Madura based on the SI value. Dendrogram analysis use agglomerative clustering methods. Show that all genotypes separated into two major groups, susceptible group and tolerant group. Next, conclusion. PEG treatment decreased all growth parameters. There were different response in all genotype tested on PEG media. Based on dendrogram analysis, susceptible and tolerant genotype belong in their own group. There were 10 genotype of red rice local accession from Madura considered as tolerant to drought in germination stage. Thank you and matur sakalangkong.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima, for your presentation. Very interesting research that you have been conducted because we are actually have to deal with water scarcity for our crops. Especially for the red rice, it is now become popular for us in Indonesia, as I know, because it is a good diet for such kind of disease. The research, I think, should be developed for the resistant plant from unbeneficiary condition in this recent decade. Okay, the next presentation is role of auxin to sorghum disease resistant protein. The presentation will be delivered by Ms. Junmei Jiang from Guizhou University. Let's check it out, the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thanks ICUC gives me the opportunity to share my work progress. I'm Junmei Jiang, come from Guizhou University. My presentation is code proteins, the potential molecular target for screening antiviral compounds in tobacco. My speeches consist of 5 parts. The first part is background. Plant viruses such as Southern rice black streaked dwarf viruses, rice black streaked dwarf virus, tobacco mosaic virus, potato virus Y, which have seriously restricted the production of important crops in the world. Controlling them is very difficult, and the annual crop loss caused by plant viruses in the world is about $20 million. In plant viruses, CP plays an important role in protecting RNA and assemble into macromolecules and interact with host proteins, which helps long-distance movement of viruses. Tobacco mosaic virus, cucumber mosaic virus, and potato virus Y occurs most frequently in crops. In plant virus interaction system, virus use their RNA perform self-replication in host plant, and then assemble into new virus by their new code protein. So our design idea is that use new produced CPs in plants as molecular target, screen antiviral compounds to inhibit the assembly of new virus in plants. Firstly, we screen compounds by CP gene expressed in tobacco plant. Secondly, we got the CP crystal structure. and study the binding interactions between CP and compounds in vitro. Lastly, we verified the phenotype by CP expressed in tobacco plants. In our previous studies, we have 3 cases to show. First, we got the TMV-CP recombinant protein and the crystal structure of TMV-CP. In this 4-layer CP discus, it can form a virus and infect tobacco. Thus, it could be regarded as a potential molecular target of antiviral agent and study the mechanism of antiviral compounds. Nin9 is good antiviral agent. However, the mechanism on TMV was unclear. Thus, we used the TMV-CP as a potential target, study the molecular interaction mechanism between CP and Nin9. The result showed that Nin9 induced the protein depolarization of TMV-CP discus to inhibit the assembly of RNA in tobacco plants. Another case is that we used the cucumber mosaic virus coat protein as molecular targets to screen antiviral compounds. We found that chlorzonin-1 compound N12 with good antiviral activity on cucumber virus. And we also established a cucumber mosaic virus model with amine reactive tags to verify the screen compounds based on CP residues. The third case is that we found a myristoyl derived compound LP4 inhibited the potato virus Y coat protein gene in tobacco. Hence, we guess LP4 may target on PVY-CP. Thus, we express and purified the PVY-CP and obtain crystal and construct its structure for study the binding interactions. There were certain affinities between LP4 and PVY-CP, with dissociation constant equal 5.1 micromoles per liter. Van der Waals and pipetting was the main interactions between LP4 and PVY-CP. And the interactions are shown as dishes line. In overexpressed PVY-CP tobacco, CP was inhibited by LP4 with dust dependence. It is significant for designing and synthesizing Damme myristoyl derivatives based on PVY-CP. We have a summary on our works on coat proteins. First, large amounts of the overexpressed full-length CP proteins was crystal and targeted as antiviral compounds. Second, the desired compounds showed micromole affinity with CP in vitro. Third, the potential binding sites were predicted and determined. Last, the desired compounds inhibit the expression of CP were verified in vivo. We thanks for the guidance of Dr. Song and Professor Lee. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Junmai Jiang. It is now very interesting that some substances rule the beneficiary condition for plant to restrict the organism that will disturb our plant. And we need to do a lot of works to find other profitable mechanism. Now we move to the next presentation that will be bring by Mr. Yuan Peng Fang from Guizhou University as well. The topic is similar to the previous speaker. It is about the cytochrome P450 related to the stress resistance in sorghum.
Dear Epos and college, I'm Yuan Pengfang, a master's student from Guizhou University, and I am very honored to present the cytochrome P415 superfamily evolution and vocational urgency in ischemic stress resistance in this ICUC. The person family is not only densely populated with economically important crops, but also the PSMID batch age scummy mass and the BOP batch age race weight should to be of high economic importance, and there are often two different photosynthetic types of crops, carbon 3 and carbon 4, distributed. Getting them interesting. This carbon 4 crops have better batic stress tolerance than carbon 3 crops. Scummy is a large crop of the PSMID batch, and together with millet is considered as a potent carbon 4 plant model. Due to the potent value of carbon 4 plant for treating impairment in carbon 3 plants and the presence of several abatic and batic stress in focus in scummy production, there is a urgent need to discriminate to better patent resistance gene evolution in scummy. CVP gene record then means that various grass developments and stress related. The CVP gene family is one of the largest in the plant genome, with many members involved in vocational differentiation of different biological processes. First, the result, the well-known more CVP gene in the scummy genome than the rest and mass genome, because CVP gene in the scummy genome will abundant in kinase 15-1, 17-1, and 17-2. This scummy CVP gene was drafted into live birth in the evolutionary tree. For motif of 315 CVP potent, the well examined and numbered Helix JKL and love after its finishing. We found 29, 10, 10, and 13 potents. Looking at Helix JKL and NUP respectively emerged 315 SBCYP. Other different considered errors disciplined pattern where the evaluation the difference in the distribution of considered errors in the 3D structure were minimal. A number of CYP gene accumulator primarily parallel to contorted temporation and granulometry marriages and join the formation of the PSMID batch suggests that genomic replication join contorted and granular formation may play an important role in the amplification of CYP genes in SCAMI. Alternatively, batic stress may have driven the accumulation of CYP gene in the PSMID batch to support resistance to extracellular damage. In gene expression, CYP is dispersed above rest. Difference in Pacific and Orangeization in Sagami all results in that fade 13.5 tracer specific strand CYP genes with clean difference in expression coordinate with orangeization family. We found the change in the expression of CYP gene in APIPG Jeremy Haesaert treating and FAK22 after treatments. The treatment results showed that CYP genes up and down regulated in response to environment stress while many enrich the gene oxidative and metal building processes as well as in the production and inhibition of metagenetics. In conclusion, we have studied the composition, structure, evolution, and in-person of the CYP gene family in SCAMI. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fang, for your presentation. It is quite interesting And also there are some condition that the presentation or the file is not clear enough. But I think if there is any question later, Mr. Fang here hopefully can explain or share screen to give more explanation or more description from the PPT file. Now we come to the next presentation. The title is Phylogeny of Alternaria spp from medicinal plants in southwest of China, and it will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Farhan from Guizhou University as well. Please, the video will be served.
My name is Muhammad Farhan. My supervisor, Dr. Wang Wang. I'm a PhD student from Guizhou University. Today, my presentation topic is phylogeny of Alternaria species from medicinal plants in southwest of China. Contents: introduction, material methods, research, discussion, publications, and acknowledgements. First of all, I will discuss about introductions. Alternaria belong to family of Pleurospecie, Protheriomycetes that form dark colored multicellular conidia. Alternaria is a ubiquitous fungal genus that included saprobic, endophytic, and pathogenics. Medicine plants in China have been used for centuries as a medicine and a food supplements. It have a benefits on human health due to rich contents of polysaccharides, carotenoids, and alkaloids. Economic importance of Alternaria. More than 70 toxins produced of Alternaria species. Alternaria disease cause a reduction in seed yield up to 100% in onions. And early blight of potato can also reduce yield up to 20%, but yield reduction less than 80%. Alternaria blight disease also yield losses up to 47% in Indian mustard and less than 70% of Brassica species in worldwide. And post-harvest losses also expected 10 to 30% per year. Species complex of Alternaria sections. Alternaria species first time were categorized into 6 species group based on morphological characteristics. After many revisions of specific genes like GPD, ALT, ACTN, etc. Finally, Alternaria species divided into 24 sections using phylogenetic analysis, such as SSU, LSU, ITH, GPD, ALT, RPB2, and TF. Research gaps. Limited research have been done on pathogenic fungi in southwestern part of China. Few study has been conducted on Alternaria based on molecular and morphological study. Objectives: to find suitable multi-gene for the identification of species in this genus and provide a multi-gene backbone for the families. New species, to identify the new species and new record of Alternaria associated with medicinal plant diseases. Materials and methods. Specimen collections from 2018 to 2020, 2 to 4 leaf and stem specimen with small black spot were collected from botanical gardens in southwest China like Sichuan, Guizhou, Guangxi, and Yunnan. More than 500 specimens were collected. Some samples also collected near the 4 provinces when Professor Dr. Yang went to attend the conferences. Isolations. We use a different method for isolations, single spore isolations and tissue cultivation isolations. Preservation, we use 3 different methods for preservations: cryopreservation tube, glycerol tube methods, and centrifuge tube. DNA extractions. We use a DNA kit of Biomega for DNA extractions, PCR amplifications. In this study, I use total 7 gene primers like ITS, LSU, SSU, GPD, TF, RPB2, and ART. Phylogenetic analysis. Maximum likelihood, maximum parsimony, and Bayesian inference. These three different software we use for made a phylogenetic analysis. And fig tree software we use to view the tree, and illustrated software used for editing. Results. Alternaria strain collected from southwest China. After isolation and purification, 68 out of 500 strains of Alternaria fungi were identified, and then we use a further for molecular analysis. single gene based phylogenetic analysis of Alternaria. Phylogenetic analysis is based on RTS gene in Alternaria strains. So in this phylogenetic tree, I used total 61 strains, and there have a maximum parsimony data set consists of 170 constant, 4 parsimony informative, and 28 parsimony in uninformative characteristic. Consistency index 0.429, retention index 0.628, rescaled consistency index 0.269, and harmony and homoplasy index 0.571. The successful amplification rate in this gene fragment was 84.15. We have a total 7 gene parameters, those in parsimony, IDS, SSU, LSU, GPD, TF, RPP2, and ALT. And this table will show the all genes. Multi-gene based topology. Single gene based phylogenetic analysis were not suitable to solve the phylogenetic relationship of each taxon and genera. That's why I use multi-gene to clarify the phylogenetic relationship of Alternaria strains. Phylogenetic analysis of Alternata species complex. In this species complex, we use total 7 genes, and 13 previous species we used, and 14 strain of isolated Alternaria used, and 285 distinct alignment patterns with 8.27% of undetermined characters. And here GUCC 21600.1, 602.3 form a single branch with the highest spore rate. That's why we call a same species. And GUCC 21706.1 make a cluster into a branch, and we can consider as a known species and reported species. But in here is 593.6 form an independent branch. We can consider as a newly identified species. Then we also check the base pair difference on our strains and related species. Second Alternata species complex. GUCC 21NL 1.7 form a single branch with a high spot rate. This one we can consider as a reported species, and but 2179.1 form an independent branch. This one is an independent branch, is a newly identified species. Third Alternata species complex 602.3 and 179.7 were a cluster and independent branch. We can consider as the same because it's have a in single branch. That's why we can consider as a same branch. And 6.1.4 clustered with the alternate unisemia, we can consider as a new species. Fourth Alternata in this also have a reported known species. And undefilium species complex. Here GUCC 21GH2 made a cluster or showed independent branch. We can say newly identified species. And Eulocladium here also have a independent branch. We can also say newly identified species. Discussions. Significance of gene selections. Alternaria strains were amplified based on ITS, SSU, LSU, GPD, TF, RPP2. In previous studies, most of researchers used 2 or 4 genes to detect Alternaria species. Only few studies have been reported in more than 6 genes. Species and diversity. To identify strain belong to Alternaria species, Alternaria sections indicated Alternaria had wide range of plant source and was widely distributed on various plants in Southwest China. Based on molecular analysis, 8 species were newly identified, 3 were previously, and 20 species were detected as a new suspect. Multi-gene phylogenetic analysis with morphological character has become a fascinating approach for the classification and diversity of fungi. These are my publications in my master. These are my publications. Acknowledgements. We would like to say thanks to Science Technology Department, International Corporations, National Natural Science Foundation of China, etc. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fang, for your presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next speaker. There is Miss Elina Mansyah. Miss Mansyah will present about the topic community-based biodiversity management on Garcinia. Ms. Mansyah comes from Indonesian Tropical Fruit Research Institute. So let's go through the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Elina Mansyah from Indonesian Tropical Fruit Research Institute. Today, I want to present my work with the title Bringing Garcinia Species from the Forest to International Market through Community-Based Biodiversity Management. Outline of my presentation. Indonesia has a large diversity of tropical fruit genetic resources, including Garcinia species, both cultivated and wild species or underutilized species. Garcinia species is also a part of Indonesian culture, especially as seasoning of traditional foods. Conservation of cultivated and wild tropical fruit species is urgent need since it will provide a direct benefit to human life. This activity is a part of conservation and use of tropical fruit trees for sustainable livelihood, food security, and ecosystem services funded by Global Environment Facility, UNEP, and Biodiversity International. Location at Sijunjung District, West Sumatra. Sijunjung District is one of the center of Garcinia species. There are 5 Garcinia species found in this location, consist of 4 wild species and 1 cultivated species. The 4 wild species are Asam candis or Garcinia santosimus, Asam gelugur or Garcinia atrophiridis, Kandis gajah, Garcinia nervosa, and Manggis Jepang, Garcinia macrophylla. This is the form of Kandis or Garcinia santosimus. Garcinia atrophiridis. The local name, Manggis Jepang or Garcinia macrophylla. And the next one, Kandis gajah, Garcinia nervosa. Of Garcinia species. Garcinia species known as superfruit. Asam gelugur or Garcinia atrophiridis, known as most popular benefit, contain hydroxycitric acid for reducing cholesterol and for slimming. Asam kandis and Kandis gajah contain important compounds to prevent stroke, antibacterial, and other benefit for our body health. And the still like this picture explain about the habitat of wild Garcinia species found in the natural forest around the village or buffer zone, while the mangosteen of cultivated species grown in the backyard. This slide talking about traditional use of the Garcinia species. Garcinia species is important for the source of family income in the area where they grow. Used by local communities as cooked medicine and seasoning of Minangkabau traditional food. CBM is a community-driven participatory approach to on-farm conservation of agriculture biodiversity. This method is practical way in maintaining, utilizing, and promoting local genetic resources for sustainable livelihood and ecosystem services. On-farm conservation is an effective method to increase public awareness of local genetic resources diversity and urgent to be implemented. 10 activities in implementation of CBM. So the moment signing the agreement for collaboration in the conservation activity attended by Indonesian Tropical Fruit Research Institute, local government of Sijunjung District, and the community. Second activities is identify local community-based organization or CBO. The activity is choose the chairman of men and women from the local community by focus group discussion. The next activity is conducting diversity fair to promote and reintroduce Garcinia species to local community, attended by Indonesian Tropical Fruit Research Institute, local government, and the local community. This picture showed about the activity in developing two community nursery to prepare the Garcinia seedlings to distribute for the community and conserve by planting in around the local community houses. The activity to improve community knowledge in propagation Garcinia species for conservation activity. This is the community activity to register the mother tree of Garcinia species to protect genetic materials. We also publish fruit catalog of Garcinia species and then distribute to community, students, and local government. Activity is distribution of seedlings to community and planting in the fields around the community houses. This is the activity in supervising for improving added value of Garcinia species. Show about one important product of Garcinia atrophiridis, Garcity, made from the leaves of Garcinia atrophiridis, produced traditionally by using simple oven. The next step of CBM activity is linking farmers to the market. This picture shows about promotion activity of Garcity through exhibitions. Is the progress of Garcity production until 2021 that have developed into modern production system with modern equipment and machine supported by Department of Industrial Republic of Indonesia. Introducing Garcity to the market facilitated with promotion activities such as linking farmers to the markets, introduce the Garcity to consumers through exhibition and following various competition. The Garcity have winning City Micro Entrepreneurship Award conducted by the Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia in cooperation with Industrial Ministry of Republic Indonesia. Garcity have been marketing for domestic and international market. Problems in implementation of conservation and utilization of Garcinia species. The Garcinia species found in the forest, difficult to monitor flowering, fruiting, harvesting, and using. Seasonal and not available throughout the year, long life, and takes up to 2 years to prepare seedlings. Vegetative propagation requires special expertise. The problems in managing communities are low public awareness on conservation, lack of public knowledge on plant propagation, conservation and use of local genetic resources, and lack of government intervention in the conservation. This table talking about CBM impacts on rural development, including before and after activities. The two important things is cutting down the trees in the forests before activities, and after activities, reduce of cutting down of Garcinia species in the forest. The second one, before activities, Garcinia species found in the forest, and after activities, the Garcinia grows in the yard. The conclusion are CBM is effective in promoting underutilized genetic resources to international market. Collaboration of local government, community, private sector, and other institutions is needed in management and utilization of Garcinia species for ecological, economic, and social benefit. CBM in Sijunjung West Sumatra could be used as pilot project on management underutilized local genetic resources. Thank you.
Thank you for Ms. Elina Mansyah for the presentation. I think it is a very important and valuable effort to enhance the Garcinia product to the international market. So we can hope the product of underutilized crop can be enhanced due to the market. Okay, we now move to our last speaker. There will be Mr. Hakim Kurniawan from the Indonesian Center for Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Genetic Resources Research and Development. The presentation title is Inventory and Ethnobotanic Study of the Eggplant-related Species from Various Regions in Indonesia.
Thank you to the organizer of the conference for giving me this good opportunity to present our study research entitled Inventory and Ethnobotanic Study of the Eggplant-related Species from Various Regions in Indonesia. Eggplant or brinjal is belong to the subgenus Leptoseminum under the genus Solanum. There are more than 1,500 species members of the genus Solanum, and Leptoseminum is the biggest subgenus, which comprises 1/3 of the member Solanum. From 20 sections in the subgenus Leptoseminum, there are 5 sections which cover the eggplant and its close relative. Some related species are used for other purposes. For example, Solanum torfum and Solanum kurzii both are used for food and to cure hypertension. Both are believed having positive effect for blood circulation. Solanum capsicoides is used to cure teeth. Also, some people use a juice from mature fruit for biopesticide. Terong is the Indonesian common name that indicate eggplant and related species, like terong manggis, which is Solanum macrocarpon. All terong are Solanum species, and most of them belong to the subgenus Leptoseminum. In my country, we use this species mostly for food, but also for traditional use, and some of them represent an important economic crop. However, so far there's the limited collection and inventory, as well as an ethnobotanic study of eggplant and its wild relative were carried out in Indonesia. Also, there are more than 230 species of food plants are utilized by local people in Indonesia. Ethnobotanical information is very important to understand their socio-economic value in the local community. In particular, its special relationship between community culture in utilizing local plant for food or traditional medicines. Therefore, the objective of this study was to make an inventory of species of the Leptostemmonum that are present in Indonesia, as well as to study their distribution and usages. The inventory trip were carried out in 12 provinces in Indonesia, on the island of Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Sumbawa, and Timor. The location for the inventory trip were defined based on contact with local agriculture research station in each province. Furthermore, based on literature annotations about eggplant and its wild relatives, we interpreted from the local names given to the species the region where they were found. For the inventory activity, we gain the information from local people where we can find the species. We visited traditional market, farmer, farmland, field, along villages. Even sometimes we visited deeper to the forest to trace wild relative. This table shows a total number of accessions that we collected in the field. There are 372 accessions have been inventoried. It represented 12 different species. Ethnobotanical study of Solanum species of the subgenus Leptostemmonum was also done during the inventory by interviewing people. The study aimed to gather the information on how people of particular culture and region make use of Solanum species in their daily life. A standard questionnaire was developed to inventory the required information. Eggplant is commonly cultivated and used in all regions. It has many different local names according to the local languages. We noticed that there are more than 14 different local names for eggplant. The fruit has high variation on color, shape, size, and taste. Torfum is the most well-known eggplant wild relative in Java and Sumatra Island. It has a specific taste and high variation on leaf shape. People use young fruit as food or to cure hypertension. People also use Aethiopicum for food, even only in limited area. We found Aethiopicum variety group Gilo. The taste is look like the common eggplant, but there is no specific local name for it. We also found other variety group of Aethiopicum which has tomato-like fruit. It's commonly used in north and eastern part of Sumatra. People use young fruit as raw vegetable. From the interview with local people, we obtained information that the other eggplant-related species were used for food and or traditional medicine in several regions. For instance, Solanum quitoense has popular use for culinary in West Kalimantan. Solanum insanum is only used as food in East Nusa Tenggara, where Solanum macrocarpon is used in some region in Indonesia as vegetable food. For traditional medicine, Solanum torfum, Solanum mammosum, Solanum quitoense, Solanum capsicoides, and Solanum violaceum were used for various purposes. For example, Solanum torfum and Solanum violaceum are used to lower hypertension. Solanum mammosum and Solanum capsicoides are used to cure toothaches. The fruit juice of Solanum quitoense is used to cure cough. Similar findings were already described by other authors, especially Dutch botanists interested in the flora of the Dutch East Indies. For the conclusion, it can be summarized that this is the largest inventory of eggplant and related species growing in Indonesia. However, it only comprises about 20% of the Leptostemmonum species recorded to occur in Indonesia. Solanum melongena, or the common eggplant, is mostly used for food, also in remote places. After the eggplant, the most used Leptostemmonum species as food is Solanum torfum. The wild relative can be used both for food and traditional medicine. The accession that used for medicinal purposes could represent the basis for further pharmacological studies. This research is part of the industrial project High Quality Solanaceous Vegetable by Exploration of Natural Biodiversity under the SPIN program. We thanks to KNAW for financing this study research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the last speaker we have here. And now we have finished all the presentation for the second part, and we come to the question and answer session. We have no question in the room chat, isn't it? So I please all the audience to bring or to deliver the question for the presenter. Is there any question? In the chat room? Nothing? Okay. Okay. Is there any question again? Maybe there is a comment from Professor Patrick about the Garcinia research who offer the collaboration, but maybe it can be contact directly by sending the email. Maybe I will ask for some question because it is interesting for me to Miss Fatima. The research is about the drought resistance, but how can we transform the drought resistant condition in the soil or environment if the plant will be planted outside? Because it is very important for us. We know that Madura is one of the dry field that exists in Indonesia, and maybe there are a lot of dry land that need to be also planted by resistant species or variety. Maybe Miss Fatima. Miss Fatima is still joining in our conference or not? Okay, maybe we can move to other question while we wait for Miss Fatima. It is also interesting that the last presentation bring by Mr. Hakim Kurniawan about the eggplant. There are many information about the species of eggplant, but is there any information about what kind of environmental condition such as soil or climate that is met with the eggplant species that you have been studied?
Thank you for the questions. According to our survey in various regions in Indonesia, the eggplant-related species, it can be found in a big range of environment. We found the species not only in a lower area, but also some of them we also found in hilly area. And of course, because we done the survey in many different agroecosystem, we can realize that in this each regions they have various kind of soil conditions. Not only for instance for the common eggplant.
Okay. Ms. Hakim, Mr. Hakim, sorry. The connection is lost. Okay, maybe we can wait later when Mr. Hakim come back to our session. Ms. Fatima has already come back to the online meeting. Not yet, yeah. So is there any question from the audience?
I'm sorry for my connections. I lost connections. Yes. Okay. I will little bit repeat my last answers and for the related species. I mean, for the wet species of the eggplant, we can realize that as we found of them in the abandoned area, so we can suppose that they may already have such kind of tolerant genes that that most of the species may can grow in a not a good conditions. So maybe we need such kind of further research or observations to identify this kind of gene that can be transferred as a good source to improve the cultivated crops. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hakim, for your answer. It is a very interesting topic. And then there is a question from Ms. Melati to Ms. Mansah. It is about the Garcinias. Which one can be consumed fresh like Garcinias mangosteen? Regarding to the propagation for all Garcinias, are there characteristics of the tree similar to the of mangostina, and what is the best way to propagate the Garcinias? So there are 3 questions for Ms. Mansah.
Thank you for the question from Ms. Melati. Yes, the characteristic of the 4 Garcinia species is similar to mangosteen. The differences is in the leaf size and fruits morphology and the size of seeds. Until now, the recommendation for propagation of mangosteen and their related species is still by seedling, not by grafting, because there is no related species is compatible with the mangosteen, and there is no research for vegetative propagation of the related species, except for Garcinia atrophiridis or asam gelugur. Some growers propagate by cutting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the other question is it already answered? Which one can be consumed fresh?
Garcinia atrophiridis can consume fresh, but it's very salt, and most of our the community in Sijunjung use as a seasoning for food, for salt source like this. And the other species like Asam Kandis is also the same for seasoning. And then for Garcinia nervosa, we need still research for research to know the content of the compounds in the fruits like this.
Thank you.
Okay, is that enough, Ms. Melati?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Maybe any other question?
Actually, I want to ask to Pak Hakim, if you don't mind.
Okay, please directly ask your
Okay,
question.
okay. Yeah, Pak Hakim, it's very interesting that you have many collections of eggplants, yeah. From the many collection, which one you want to develop more at the moment? And also, there are some that is not sure yet the use of this, I mean, the clone, the type of eggplants, but it seems because the morphology of the fruit is beautiful, maybe you can develop us maybe, what do you call it, as ornamental plants maybe. If it is cannot be consumed, maybe you can use it as an ornamental plant, as long as it is not dangerous to, maybe if there is a children want to see and then want to pick it and then want to eat it. So maybe from that many collection, which one want to develop faster than the others? Thank you.
Thank you, Humaya, for the questions. Yes, at the moment, we maintain the germplasm of this collection in the gene bank of ICUC at the moment. Not only for the cultivated eggplant, we have more than 150 associations of cultivated eggplant and also some related species that we already collected before. I think when we done the survey in the field at that time, we also having an observation that some of the wild species of the eggplant they show some resistance to some pests of the eggplant. For instance, we know that we still have a main problem for the eggplant that there's still no resistant variety of the eggplant that resistant to fruit borer pests. And maybe in the future, some supposed resistant gene that maybe exists in the wild species of the eggplants can be transferred to the eggplant, to the common eggplant, to the cultivated eggplant to improve their resistance. So I think we have a good chance to have the resistance variety of the cultivated eggplant that resistant to fruit borer in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
Okay. One more question, maybe. Is there any question from audience? Actually, I would like to ask something to Miss Junmei Jiang. Maybe is there any Mr. Junmei Jiang? But Mr. Junmei Jiang no exist again in our online meeting. Okay, if it is no question again, so maybe I would like to have some comment from Professor Patrick or maybe Professor Prakit about the topic, our topic and our presentation today.
Well, I think on my behalf, especially the ones like on Garcinia or wilder relatives to Solanum are the ones that are really spot on if you are talking about underutilized crops. In my perspective, or from my perspective, when you start dealing with sorghum in the world is already quite an important crop. So there is much more things that are known. And also you have to count on the fact that ICRISAT is having this as a mandate crop. No? So you have in the CG system a number of international research institutes that address issues related to food crops, and sorghum at least is dealt with in that respect. So I think that with Garcinia, it's a bit of another ball game. And so for me, it's quite interesting. And as I highlighted, we are working on Garcinia, Cola, and a number of others in Africa. And I think there is enough scope and meat to our bone to collaborate and to work on Garcinia species together. So for me, it's interesting to see that also at your level in Indonesia, there is this interest. Also highlighted the fact that I was quite happy to see someone from Guizhou, because 30 years back I was working over there. And I know that it's a challenging environment. And I think knowing the environment a bit, also the physical environment and the geography, it's a very interesting province to work and to go and collect materials and to study those materials, because it's an origin not only for edible plants, but also for ornamentals. So it's quite interesting to see this scope. So I thank you for organizing the conference. And again, my excuses, because with the timing, it was a bit awkward for me to get out of bed so early, because I also have my daytime activities normally, so I'm not always like awake very early in the morning. But so very good to see that, and it would be good. I saw the book of abstracts if the presenters could share their presentations maybe on the platform so that we could source the info later on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Patrick. We also very thank you for your come here in the online meeting here. And then maybe we may have some comment from Professor Prakit. Maybe Professor Prakit Somta can give some comment or something to emphasize or underline about our presentation from the speaker today. Okay. Okay, maybe it is not connected. So before I close the session, maybe I need to underline some points from our presentation and discussion today. The underutilized crops have big potential to support human needs, both for food, medicine, or other like herbs and etc. And then exploring and improving the underutilized crop-based research and other supported effort actually prove the more benefit of this crop. And the last one, the other support such as management and marketing are needed to enhance the value added of underutilized crops. Maybe that's all for the conclusion today. Thank you for your all participation. Maybe we can have benefits for our meeting today. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The time will be given to Ms. MD.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Eva, for leading a good discussions and also presentation sessions. for today's international conference. I would like also to say thank you for our honorable presenters and also all the participants who have joined until the end of our first day of the international conference. And then finally, we are at the end of the first day of the international conference. But before I close the conference today, I would like to remind all the presenters and also participants that we will have the second day of the conference tomorrow, and we will have also some announcements about the best speakers. So please looking forward and join the second day of the conference.
Okay.
And then before I end the conference today, I would like to greet our keynote speakers for tomorrow, Mr. Muhammad Fahmi Yunus, PhD from International Islamic University of Malaysia, and also Dr. Pakir Somta from Haesaert University. So we are looking forward for your presentations. Okay, so I think that's all for today's conference. Thank you so much for all the participations, and also thanks so much for leading the good discussions. See you again tomorrow.
See you.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam
Have a nice
warahmatullahi
day.
wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye.
Universitas Brawijaya adalah kampus tujuan paling favorit di Indonesia. Para mahasiswa datang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia serta dari luar negeri. Universitas Brawijaya semula merupakan yayasan perguruan tinggi bernama Yayasan Perguruan Tinggi Malang pada tahun 1958. Terletak di pusat kota Malang yang terkenal dengan hawa yang segar dan udara yang sejuk, Universitas Brawijaya telah menciptakan lingkungan kampus yang asri. Dengan tata ruang yang terpelihara dengan baik dan didukung oleh tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, menjadikan Universitas Brawijaya sebagai kampus yang nyaman dan kondusif untuk proses belajar dan mengajar, serta untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat. Universitas Brawijaya membuka akses belajar yang seluas-luasnya bagi calon mahasiswa berbakat, termasuk mahasiswa disabilitas. Saat ini, ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta. Universitas Brawijaya memiliki 14 fakultas, pascasarjana, dan program vokasi. Dengan didukung lebih dari 140 guru besar dan 400 dosen peneliti yang